morning, you absolute quag Chad.
Alright, 1 second. I gotta feed these cats so there's no catastrophe. Ah, ah. See, Kevin thinks it's funny. Shut up. Okay, actually here now. How's everybody doing? Good to see all you. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Is it me? There I am. I had to open a new bag, you know, like the wholesale bag size, because smart shopping, um, food for them. So it took me a second, because I had to like go down and then like, oh, I need to open a new one. Then I had to go find scissors, and then I had to go do the thing. Then I had to get my coffee. It was a whole production this morning. It was a whole production, but I'm settled in now, and I'm excited to do some more build tweaking. It's funny. The fourth mirror, the boss, has me thinking about it with my build crafting in a way that the other bosses don't. Like with Imelda, it's okay. How can I just not have to deal with this boss? But with Redmorn, it's like the same way you build around mobbing and bossing in the chamber and certain high value targets like Wastard and Bernadette and stuff that are just simply require you to do different things, not because of unfortunate design, they just require different things from you. I've been considering Redmorn like that in my build crafting, and I really like that. I just wanted to bring that up because I genuinely just like that boss a lot. Anyway, let's greet everyone. First of all, New Mexiben, thank you for the 666 bits once again. You legend. I appreciate you. Control New Mexiben bright and early, as always. You guys hanging out before stream starts is like always puts a smile on my face. I appreciate you. Itsukato. Loading screen. Shay. I'm feeling slightly better today, Shay. A little bit. There's still widespread pain, but I can at least focus off of it while I'm gaming, so that's cool. Roddy. Jester. Brother Matt. Coffee's our arc. Kitty. Brucey. Dill. Reckless Monster. Portal Knight. How you doing? You tried Bogbarian? Yeah. On mobile, the title's upgrading Clawbringer hammer build. Ass. Calculated, Stone Swan. Calculated. Hey, Cheeky. How are you? Yakumers? Pris? Mo's wants her short fuse back. It's been cloned and distributed to the masses. Short fuse for everyone, Gearbox said. um... Hey, Urban Mac. How you doing? Fogel, hope you're well. Question, if Redmorn gets more heads and resistances every week, how we do it in week 4? Well, there's 5 elements and non-Ellie, so there will be one element that he doesn't have if current pace holds, right? So one element is going to be more desirable for that boss, I suppose. I assume it'll be either Dark Magic or Cryo. I assume. If you know, don't spoil. I actually don't know. It's because Imelda's too good. Hey Irish. Hey Hunch. How you doing? Just punch him. Yes, living screen. Just punch him. That's the solution to everything. My mouse is in a different place because I moved it. I was controller gaming last night. Give me 1 second. Okay, that's better. Anyway, non-LE Pixies. Don't they still come out to Lightning? Because I know with the lightning bolt chucks, a non-Ellie Fear Not is still lightning. So I want to say it still gets an element, but I don't remember. I suppose the gun pixies would be non-Ellie. The Fear Not barrel one forces an element, though, I'm pretty sure. Zoom and Dark Magic, because it does decent against everything, isn't weak to anything, you know what I'm saying? Well, it depends on if... What we're talking about is if Redmorn specifically gets a specific resist. If it's Dark Magic, then yeah, we can't use Dark Magic. But if it's not, then yeah, Dark Magic. Okay, let's do the thing. I want to do Hammer Throw build. So I've updated it a little bit. Yes, my controller was disconnected. I've updated it a little bit with a Tyrant's Truth because I wanted to mess around with that. I also managed to get a Dark Magic Scalawag. So that's cool stuff. Tyrant's Truth, the melee damage here is the on-swing melee. So that lets me not be so pressured into using consec swings here. So I have action skill start and global here, but like I could probably change that out, honestly. But yeah, Tyrant's Truth. I basically give up my Wyvern for damage. Resistance is set for the giant dragon thingy? Yes. Punch Father solution, mm-hmm. There we go. Very punch. No! That's a situation you don't want to punch things. Punching is not always the answer. One of the heads become disabled if you do enough damage to it? Yes. I'm pretty sure they respawn if you take long enough, but yes. You can turn off one of its elemental attacks, yeah. You may now... No. Stop it. No. Marital issues, I punch it. Where do you think the issues came from? I missed. Brondo, the Thirst Mutilator? It's got what plants crave, right? What is it that plants crave? Remind me? Electrolytes, okay. Look at a Moze and Brick wedding. Moze 100% punches Brick, and Brick explodes immediately. Yes. Also, Moze would be punching Brick for not being a Mara. There's a lot of issues they'd have to work through.
Space!
Got me that time, Control. Well done. Iron Parapet would be strange, but not unwelcome. Wonder what's gonna happen when Dragon has all his resistances. You take the curse for enemies, gain resistance to the element, ends up being one of the elements he's not originally resistant to. Non-elemental. Remember, there's, he's gonna have at most 4 resistances, right? And then if Overflow gives him the 5th, well, non-LE still exists. Cursed as that is. Hey Blizzard, how's Blight been? It's been good. It's been good. It noticeably plays differently in a very good way from the existing classes, and it puts some focus on some areas of gameplay that haven't gotten much love. It's quite nice. Yes, Senna. How are you? I'm doing great today. I'm doing better. I'm doing better. Thanks for asking. New bosses, 4 elemental resistances? No. But the fight changes per week.
Do you think a build that doesn't use any elements could be viable in Wonderlands?
Thank you so much for the Prime, Mr. I'm So Smart, and for the 2 months. The thing with that is, you could, but there's no merit in doing so. And you would, in fact, it'd be difficult to actually completely avoid doing any kind of element ever. You would struggle to invest points and take pieces of gear that would stop you from ever doing an element. And there's really no reason to do so, because you're just leaving damage on the table by doing so. Even running dark magic against everything is going to be more damage than running non-LE in most scenarios. Can't take right, you can't take Berserker. Most Blight Caller skills are off the table for you. There's some Spell Shot stuff you have to skip. There's some Stabomancer stuff you have to skip. There's a lot of Clawbringer stuff you have to skip. You can't take any of the classes with companions because they all do elemental attacks. So, like, it'd be very restrictive, and also there's no point in doing that. If you disable the poison head, does it lose the resistance? That I don't know. We can maybe try to do some science on that. Spell stab without all its stabs good dot skills. You would yeah. And then you'd have to not use your spell slot, because there's no non-LE spells. So you'd be doing spell shot without the spell stuff. Stabbo without the dot stuff. It's something you could brute force to work with enough gear, but again, there's no real merit in doing so. Gotta be a spell you can use that wouldn't apply an elemental effect to enemies. But the whole thing is elemental. Doesn't use any elements. Every spell is an element. In terms of spells that don't apply dots, there's probably something. Maybe. Because very rarely there's an elemental thing that can't apply dots. Morning Stomp, how you doing? Spell shot without spells, we love the new shot class. Shots, 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 shots. As the kids say. I'm sure someone still says that. Thought it's on a Bog Totem build using poison guns and Barbarian subclass. You mean Berserker? It could work. It's just the things boosting your guns are not going to be the same things boosting your totems, so at some point you are going to have to choose between the two. You will not get both doing good damage. And I assumed guns there naturally because you are not going to get good spell damage in that setup. So that leaves you with only a couple things you could do. Ability focus, which you're already doing with the totems. Melee, which, yeah, you could make work, I guess. Or guns. Such a simple song does its job so damn well. How you doing, Swin? Hey, Uncle Noble, how are you? I want rings. I remembered immediately. Good job, me. Why haven't I say that, so I doubt the kids still say that. Fuck. Enjoy my second build, Frost Shiver with Ascended Rage handle. Ooh, yeah. Big swing speed there. Frost Shiver is just such a fun multi-class. You can just do a lot of cool stuff. When my son asks for snacks a million times, I'll chant snack, 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 snack back at him. That's the Giga Chad parenting move, Stump. Never change. Morning, Grasshopper. How you doing? Totem focus and climbing all the way down Berserker Tree to cap and went halfway down the bog skill for Black Collar. Okay, well, I'm sorry to burst several bubbles for you here, Portal Knight, but this will help you out build crafting. Berserker Capstone does absolutely nothing for Bog Totem. Nothing at all. The duration thing doesn't work and the cooldown thing doesn't work. It does not function with Bog Totem. Full stop. So, you don't need to do that. Does Blazestorm trigger Wrath? Should. Yeah, should. Championship Ring. Is that a double roll of Dark Magic Efficiency? I do want rings with Dark Magic Efficiency. That's something I'm keeping an eye out for. Because I want to use Dark Magic to restore wards for amp shenanigans. Getting more efficiency on a good Dark Magic gun would make that pretty actionable. Take that. Morning, Tenor. How you doing? Other things with Bog Totem. The damage on them isn't fantastic. You are going to need some sort of additional output, whether that be you throwing Furiors, whether that be you taking Spirit Swarm and adding in a dot focus, whether that be you know, doing gun stuff alongside. You need something, because it'll hold up at the lower levels, but by the time you get to Chaos 50, you will not be clearing efficiently using just Bog Totem. It's just not going to work. At least not without completely absurd gear. Ooh, spell damage, spell radius, melee crit damage. I actually want that. I want spell radius for my my sigil. Yes. Like that. Spirit Swarm's move. Yeah, Spirit Swarm is very, very good. Plan on doing Guns with Wings, also inferior. Okay, so the thing with Guns with Wings is they're guns. They get your gun formula. So that's something you're going to want to take into account. At some point, you are going to have to choose between that and ability damage. Because your totems will not scale off guns. Additionally, shrikes, those being guns with wings, they don't get companion scaling, whereas totems do. So again, you're gonna have to make a choice there. Yeah. Duration, melee damage. The rest wasn't good. Ability damage, duration. Ability damage cooldown, ability crit. Take that. Would Hydra be better and go with companions? Hydras would be better. Yeah, Hydras would work better. Be getting Ascended gear so easily? I mean, not really. I don't see any Ascended stuff here. Also, I have about 1,400 hours in this game. And I stream most of that, so you just kind of see... You see it more, because I play more. There's this one Ascended here. See it more because I play it more, that's all. RNG would even out eventually. Ascended ability ring with status, chance, and damage substats. Status, chance, and damage substats. That shouldn't be a thing. As far as I'm aware, status, chance, and damage substats only roll on Demon Blight. Unless they introduce that to the pool for purples. As far as I'm aware, that's not a thing. Did I word that wrong? What's on your ring? Spirit Swarm a companion? It doesn't benefit from companion damage, but it counts as a companion, yes. So many builds and playthroughs I want to do, but I don't know what to start with. There's a couple playthrough ideas I have. I want to do a barrage playthrough. Like, maybe start myself out with the barrage reload enchant, and just do a barrage only playthrough, barrage and whatever shots I need to do to reload only, I should say. I want to do that Bradluck challenge run. I still want to do that all white rarity spell shot. There's a bunch of stuff I want to try. Show ring real quick. Yeah. Here we go. Usually get an Ascended from almost every decent set of crystal spends. Just there's a good chance it could be a blue or purple. Right. Any item in the game can be any chaos tier.
Think you can make it?
It says spell radius or melee crit. That's what I mean by substats. Yeah, that's not a thing. Like, as far as I'm aware, the only ring that gets status substats like that is the Demon Blight. Unless it is on purples now, as of the patch, or other rings, but as far as I know, you can only get status stuff on this. And this always has the primary of status damage, so like, I don't know. Gotta double check? Cool. And try Cleansing Flames, don't you? Don't you? I was actually messing around with my Cleansing Flames save right before stream. Irish. It's not ready yet. I'm trying specifically to make the Nova from Cleansing Flames actually kill things. That's the hard part. You could make the melee hit kill things, you just need the crit. But the Nova just doesn't. So that's hard mode. You over Dreadwind build today? Yeah, Urban Mech, I can do that. I'll do that on the next run. Just remind me of the loot room. I got 2 rings mixed up. That was my thinking, because it would be really nice if you could get status substats on other primary rings. Like, that would be really nice. I would actually take advantage of that in a few setups. Like, getting dot duration stuff on a lot of builds is value now because Blight Caller. So, yeah. It would be nice. Hey, Sybil. How are you? In a good year? Can't complain too much. Well, I could, but I'm not gonna. So I suppose that means could be worse. I love getting drill in this build. Like, actually, though. It is a good time. Hammer time. Yeah, it is, Move Face. How you doing? I don't like that purple flashing. That's not my favorite thing. Is that purple flashing? The arena is weird. Certain spells hit invisible barriers in this arena. And, if if you're using a sigil, that is one of them. Or miss a white dark magic pistol? Why not? See how this does. Yeah, that's not worth it. Yeah, not having plate mail here is tough. Plate mail actually makes this segment a good bit faster. This is still good practice, though. And good showcase of, boss attacks are not a problem. There we go. Don't know there's a specific reason using that element. Dark magic heals you. Because of the change to awe, there's no reason for me to run a fire gun anymore. And I don't really care how much damage the pistol does. I just need to shoot it. Dark magic is the one that gives me the most benefit. It ultimately doesn't really matter. That was a good throw. See, the resist was doing the work there. Took that long for phase 2 because of the lightning resist, and then phase 3 one-shot it. Change to awe? Yeah, they made it so awe is now triggered by any fire and any lightning bonus elements, so it's completely just free and uninteresting. I'm still annoyed about that. Longest I think I've ever seen you take for drill was still pretty quick. I've taken a couple longer ones, but normally I don't try to brute force drill, which is why it looks faster when I do it. That's just what happens when you don't conform to what the boss wants you to do. What I should do is switch to a corrupted plate mail for that fight. Or for that phase of that fight. So that I can change my hammer's element. Or at least part of it. To get by that resist. Protagonizer do anything for this? No. I'm using the melee portion of Storm Dragon's Judgment. That would only affect the ability portion. In terms of amulets for this setup, you'd want either Theurge for a minor cooldown boost, and a decent amount of spell damage for your actual melee. Or you want Slip and Stun for mobility, or you want Skeep for survivability, or you want Harbinger for really good survivability. You change Hammer's element? No, Plate Mail makes... You gotta listen to the entire sentence. Corrupted Plate Mail. Convert 30% of Fate Maker's damage dealt to dark magic damage. Plate Mail. Hey, thanks for the 100 bits still. Just finished Cast 41 on my Blight Caller. Now I gotta head to work. Glad I could catch you a bit. Take care. Have a good day stream. Later chat. Take it easy, Dill. Pleasure as always. Be safe. Don't stress too much. Remember to take you time. Hammer can literally trigger all but one of Blight's conditional skills. I mean, what do you mean by that? Plate mail will do lightning, fire, dark magic. I guess you're saying fire from body rune, dark magic from plate mail. It's not doing cryo. It's not doing poison. Now, I'm getting cryo and poison, and I'm getting all the elements from contagion off of alchemical agent. But if I was to be a blight caller, I wouldn't have Stabo if I was doing that. Did fire after capstone. The capstone I'm not taking. Can't trigger poison frost because it's not doing that damage. Think about it. Storm Dragon's Judgment deals lightning. With body rune you can add fire. With plate mail you can add dark magic. That covers 3. If your other class is a blight caller, where are you getting those from on the hammer? You don't have contagion to cover cryo and poison. So you'd have to get those from outside means. Because you can't have contagion and Storm Dragon's Judgment and Blight Caller. You can add Frost with Burr. You can't have Berserker and Clawbringer and Blight Caller. I'd use a spell or something, which would mean not hammer. Also, hi Cheese, how you doing? Yeah, no capstone, because the change to Awe made Storm Smite just kind of functionally worthless. It doesn't do enough damage to be noteworthy, especially not enough to be worth giving up Alchemical Agent. And the only thing that Storm Smite and Blast in its favor had going for them outside of damage dealing was triggering Awe. And now that this and this can handle that, and also this, and also this, now that all those can do it, it's like, who cares about those? Out of loop 1 was Awe changed 2 weeks ago? 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago. 4-digit damage hits are cool. About a crossblade for the other elements to switch weapons. You could do that. You would have to ultimately take care of it from your gun or your spell. Or have a claw armor converting your wyvern into the one that you don't have covered. That would be an option as well. Hey, Voltio, how you doing? I Storm Smite because it's awesome. It certainly looks cool. I just wish it had damage. Tempted to try a headcanon Mosquito from the Shadows build for the meme, but I'm scared. You don't need to use Mosquito there. Headcanon's already extremely powerful. Cheese can vouch. Diamond Guard can cover 1. Yeah, you could use Diamond Guard to change the hammer's element, but then you lose Spellblade. So, like, I'd rather just be on the wrong element. Mosquito sounds boring. It is. Very much is. Bigger Boom. I kind of reserve Mosquito for things that are not going to be viable without it. So if someone was like, hey, make Storm Smite work in a build right now, I'd use Mosquito for that. Because Storm Smite is terrible, so that's how you get it less terrible. Like the Barrage setup that I was showcasing yesterday. Near perfect gear with Mosquito to make Barrage look acceptable. Because that's how bad the action skill is. Blizzard build 1? Oh yeah, I forgot. I gotta set that up. Headcanon, Plate Mail, FTS, Berserker, Capstone. Real good. Real good. Can Mosquito make Blastman's favorite kill? Probably. Last Night's Favor, if it hits, can kill very weak enemies, like barforms and stuff like that. So if you square that damage, that can kill basic enemies. That one was trying. Melee crit chance, melee crit damage. Spell damage. Volatile, yeah. We take those. Is that a double roll pistol crit damage? Nice. I need assault rifle rings. Like a good, well-rolled gun damage ring with AR crit, AR mag size. That'd be nice. Hey Pericles. Would love for Ascended Headcanon, vendors not cooperating. Yeah, maybe maybe read-only farm the quest reward for that one. Or other means. I think everything that can crit a proc mosquito. Yeah. Anything that is capable of critting. Now, mosquito is one of the 4 things that cannot crit. Headcanon has no element, not much point using with Blight. That's not true at all. Corrupted Plate Mail converts 30%, and Headcanon has about a 45% status application chance. Yes, I know it's non-Ellie, and that doesn't matter unless you have bonus elements on it, but Body Rune, Plate Mail, you've got Headcanon doing 2 elements, multiple instances of each, applying a bunch of status effects. And Pixie's crit? Yes. Everything except for Mosquito's Mantle, Crossbolt, Blast Chill, Blast Gasp, and Spore Fuse Enchant. Those are the only 4 things in the game that can't crit. Anything else can. Be it Dots, be it Storm Smite, Pixies, anything else. Good thing to stop Infinite Mosquito Chains? Yeah. I was gonna do something, and I already forgot what it was. Like, I reminded myself to do something, and I have no idea what that reminder was. Anyone know? Blizzard? No, it wasn't that. It was something before that. Body Rune and +3 Contagion Plate Mail on my Blade Caller. Yeah, there you go. Dots for days. Been there. Tenor gets it. Dreadwind. Dreadwind. Thank you. Yeah, let's do Dreadwind. Urban Mech requested. Thank you, Tinker Axiom, as well. We'll go back to hammer throwing. I do want to tweak that more and take that through. I haven't done hammer throw versus Form 2 of the mirror, so we're going to do that today as well. But, by request, Dreadwind, because Dreadwind fun. Something I was thinking about, Cheese, for Headcanon and that kind of thing, is, so with Restore the Veil, the one that makes your dark magic fill your ward instead of your health, I was thinking about stacking dark magic efficiency to get more amp shots with, like, slower firing weapons. Because maybe running that with FTS could be a lot of amp shots. It's just a thought I had.
Come on, have some fun.
Featured? Let's just do boss run.
Enter the
Dark magic efficiency boosts the amount of health returned. Yeah, command for this. There we go. Full explanation of dark magic. Courtesy of Stone Swan. Thank you for testing. Yes. Why did that light me on fire? I guess I walked too close to the torch. Is Restore the Veil a 1-to-1? I imagine so, not sure it's been tested. I don't know. Feeling any better? Little bit, Dex. Pain is still very present, but I'm feeling a little better. Yeah, my strikes just aren't going over there. I didn't get close enough throwing them. That's fine. In theory, you can make a B shield. In theory. Not rigorously, but casual indication observed so. Cool. Yeah, making that 1-to-1 for a ward bar is a big deal, because ward bars are generally smaller, especially for amp ones. So you need to restore a lot less to see gains. Crossbolt's expired. That's why that didn't kill. Worst case, I guess you also picked Amped Up and used Shock Spell. Yeah. Supposed to match elements, you scuffed streamer. Never. Absolutely not. So if I wanted to do a Masterwork Handbow build, do you think it'd be more damage to go for max FTS uptime or max amp uptime, trying to decide between Spell, Blight, Stab for new build? That's a tough one. I would say FTS because it gives you access to your damage in a wider variety of scenarios. Like, you're not... There's some enemies you're not feasibly going to hit the crit spot on. So FTS allows you to damage them. The handbow just doesn't do damage if you don't actually hit the crit spot, or get an RNG crit, or have FTS. So for that reason, I would say FTS more of a priority than AMP. Setups Fatebreaker worth using on? I mean, for damage, never. I guess you could use it as a way of refilling your wards from range if you don't want to throw a Bonyface's Soul, or use a Harbinger, or use Blight Caller, or use Spell Shot. But, like, Are you dead? No. So rude of you to not die. Honestly. I missed a couple ticks. I'm gonna stop you at, is Fatebreaker worth using? Yeah, the answer to that's pretty much no. Pyroburst spelled correctly. That's a character arc, Dex. Well done. More Ribula? Still no idea what Pyroburst means. It's a grenade from BL3. You wanna hit me, Nightmare? Thank you. Oh, one shot. Nice. I'd have 2 Rivula than 2 Pigwort. The 2 Pigwort's like the true raid boss. I know I tried to find Quagfine in teams today. I'm sorry for corrupting you. Rather have 10 Ribula than 1 Pigwort. 10 Ribulas at the same time? What does that mean? But the one with the couch. Just Ribulous. So yeah, here's the spec for you, Urban Mech. Down to Relentless Rage in the Burr tree, grabbing Unyielding for the healing, 2 Savagery for the melee damage and the enraged duration, Icebreaker Old Ways maxed out, 1 in Blood Frenzy for enrage maintenance, unarmored defense of course. I have 1 point in Instinct for personal taste. You can move this to a 2nd point in Cold Snap if you want more damage. But I juggle weapons a lot, so I like having a little bit of swap speed available. Stabo Tree, I go down to Executioner's Blade, specifically because Executioner's Blade is how I deal with Imelda on this build. If Imelda had functional hitboxes, then I would only go to Alchemical, and then I would instead max out Cold Snap and Instinct. But, not an option. Hero points wise, max crit damage, max status damage, remainder Constitution, and then gear wise, Dreadwind enchant on a Primordial currently, Frost Banshee, melee rings, Body Rune with Desperate enchant, Amnesia. I could have a much better one here. The Blast Chill point doesn't help me in Dreadwind. The Dragon Aura points don't help me at all, and the Savagery point is minimal. There's definitely better Amnesias I could have. I just have really good passives here, so. Harbinger adds a lot of tank here. It is a lot of tank. And then Fortifying Sigil. Like the Clawbringer hammer build. I actually made this build. Good morning. Good morning, Cavell. How you doing? What do you use Deathless? You can make Deathless very viable, especially if you have something like a Harbinger to refill it. Buffer tanking is actually good in this game. It's just you need to watch out for situations and enemies that kind of bypass it. So like the purple goop bypasses wards. So you got to be careful in the Maker fight. You got to be careful in Drill's arena. You got to be careful in Dragon Lord's arena. You got to be careful in Banshee's arena. And in the one chamber map that has it. 2 chamber maps that have it, actually. But in terms of raw tank, yeah, Deathless makes you tanky enough to eat almost anything. It's very good. Hey, Kaneko K-Cup, how you doing? Got all our neck? Cool. Let's roll melee weapons, because I do want Ascended Banshees for this. Doing okay? Just vibing? Vibing's a good state of being. Yeah, let's go back to the hammer build for the next one. And I think we'll go over to the mirror. Bradluck, Deathless, no ward run. If you allow Berserker, then a Deathless no ward run is totally possible. Gotta add Amnesia. Hey Pupty, how you doing? Hey Brendan. Banshee being non-elemental is probably holding back the damage even though it's Ascended. I used an Ascended Banshee on my other Frost Shiver melee for a long time because Ascended, so really high card damage. But as soon as I switched to an elemental one, I did notice my damage go up. So it's likely that, yeah. And that annoys me because I haven't had fantastic luck with Banshees. Of the Ascended ones I have a non-LE and a Dark Magic. And as you can see, that luck is holding up currently. Coffee saved my life. I'll drink to that. Okay, so Redmorn's gonna be pain. Do I go Harbinger here instead of the Urge? Why do I have these bad Barbalods? I don't need these. Let's go with that. Waking up is hard. How's it going? Pain. I had the reverse problem. I just woke up early for no reason today, and I was kind of annoyed because I didn't feel well enough to do anything with that time. So I did a couple things at my desk, but like... Ugh.
There is more here for you to triumph over, if you dare. Bandits, skeletons, and loot galore. One loot, actually. It's not...
So we're preemptively going,
Stole my gold,
Harbinger here.
my dignity,
Just because Redmorn does hit quite hard,
back.
and I like having some buffer.
I can't believe how much money they took from me. This helps, though.
Luck drives me crazy. Had 62k, killed Redmorn last night, got 2 purples, losing greens. I mean, come on. Well, that's the thing, Grasshopper. Sample size of 1. And anything that isn't, you know, guaranteed or very high drop rate, sample size of 1, could ultimately just be RNG being RNG. But a big thing is, that Urban Mech mentioned, there is this assertion that was tossed around often with Borderlands 3 of drop rates being too forgiving in every category. This is world drops, this is dedicated, and people were parroting out this talking point for a long time. So then, this game rolls along, and it's the same part system, but lower dedicated drop rates, 100 times more part variance on average because of the Chaos tier system. Like, you reap what you sow. This is why talking about this stuff's important. Cranked RNG up to 11. Let's compare part for part. Stagecoach times 25 with a 3 mag and 21% crit in BL3. You can get that part for part in Wonderlands down to the exact parts as a kettle drum, but you have Chaos tier to worry about. So even if you throw anointments and enchantments out the window, you have a 0.99% chance of an Ascended. Whereas in BL3, if you were on Mayhem 10 or 11 when you got your drop, then it's on level. Now, I'm personally choosing to view the fact that you have Shotgun Bunny as a targeted source as a way of offsetting and being slightly more friendly in terms of purple acquisition as a whole. So that's nice. But the fact of the matter is part variance is out of control because it was dismissed offhand by people who needed another talking point to dunk on the new game. And drop rates are tied into that conversation. Armor's ridiculous. It is. Give me Woden drops from every big boss. Several things in Borderlands 3 proved that dedicated drops could be guaranteed and farming would still be intact. DLC 1 has dedicated farms guaranteed drops. Jackbot drops multiple class mods. Scraptrap Prime drops always either a Lucky 7 or a Boomer. Freddy always drops an auto aim. Fabricator always drops an ion cannon. I can't remember if Heartbreaker or Slowhand are guaranteed. One of them might have been. Hemovorus in DLC 6 always drops one company man with a chance of a secondary drop. Guaranteed drops as a model, and then Wotan drops 1 to 3 per body part, so 3 to 9. Scourge drops 1 to 3, not including the Mayhem 6 slot. Anathema drops 1 to 3, not including the Mayhem 6 slot. So, guaranteed drops as a model absolutely works. Just, we need to stop giving oxygen to the people who are just trying to shit on the new thing, illogically. Remember when armor drops are partially tied to your current class? That was nice. That's still in the game. Safe and sane. They never actually removed that. So, that's still in the game. What you're experiencing is the RNG with that helping you. I just hope bank size gets increased from 510. The thing with that, Sano, is I would like that as well, because I have so many mules. But performance-wise, the bank already struggles. I don't see them making it bigger. Because, like, try going to the back of your bank at once. Like, let's say you want to grab a spell. good luck, you're going to be waiting a couple minutes for the pages to load. 510? Yes, if you have max STUs, the bank can hold 510 items in this game. Which is already more than we've gotten in any other bank, but clearly at some point that became a performance problem. Coming from BL2, that's crazy. Yeah, there's just more items and more versions of items. BL2, your average gun had roundabout, let's look at the conference call. This is my favorite example of this. Conference call was about 850 variants if you remove sights from the equation for guns in all areas of this comparison. 850. You put that same gun in BL3, it goes up to 85,000. You put that same gun in Wonderlands, it's 85,000 plus Chaos Tiers. So, yeah. There's simply more variants of everything. So we're picking up more copies of things. We're less likely to get versions of things that we want. More bank space just makes sense. Also, we have 7 classes in this game. Whereas, BL3 had 4, BL2 had 6. TPS also had 6. Skevity, thank you for the Prime. Thank you so much, I appreciate it. I separate into pages if you have to load pages 1 to 25 to read 26. Yeah, San Lasco. I'm not a huge fan of it. What do you want them to do with Wonderlands for the future? Experiment more. I just want them to experiment. I like the game. I enjoy the loop of Chaos Chambers. I enjoy the fourth mirror in particular. I enjoy the class diversity, the item diversity. I would like them to do some balancing on what's here. More diversity in the ward slot would be enjoyable. There's a lot that just don't have a purpose in there right now. There's some melee weapons I don't really feel any urge to use either because of how they're balanced. Largely, I just want balancing, stability, quality of life stuff, and I want them to keep experimenting with Chaos Chamber formats. They have that 29 room long one. Experimentation, stuff like that. That's what I want. I like all the games just a bit behind on things. Yeah, it's a lot to consume. Understandable. Without the forum, seems hard to convey these concerns. Hard to drown out sour grapes. I can't really argue with that. I don't really have an answer there. I just think it's important that we have these conversations everywhere we can and show that, you know, there's rational adults in their fan base who aren't tantruming toddlers. So if we gotta have these conversations on Twitch, on Twitter, in Discord, YouTube comments sections, fucking MySpace, I don't care. I'll have them wherever I need to. And yes, there's a certain amount of futility to the mindset of, oh, but we're the good ones. Yeah, I get it. Believe me, I've thought about that, but it's still something that needs to be done. Rational adult? What's this nonsense? Like to see new game mode. Had a lot of fun with arms racing they added in BL3. It'd be cool to add something new to 101 so they want to continue to support the game. I'd absolutely consider that under the umbrella of experimentation. Anything that would come with that, whether that's new chamber formats, new gameplay modes, other features they've never tried before. Experimentation. That's what I want. That's what this game is. Yes, stomach. I agree. I agree. And that's what I want more of. And thanks for the 170 bits, Coffee. Like a history DLC, so much free space on the map, just one new location would be great to me. We did get one new location. Dreamvale Overlook. You forget? Or do you want to rephrase that? New location for a history DLC. There you go. Or no, Kanamai. How you doing? I want the game to be the best it can be, and if along the way some things don't work and pave the way for a superior experience compared to previous titles, that'd be Pog. Well said, Bizarre Bizarre. That's exactly what I want. And at the very least, Gearbox is aware of that. Both Mario and Morgan have touched on that. That sometimes they experiment, sometimes things just don't work out. But it's really important to underline the necessity of that experimentation. Because if they stop trying new things, we end up like, as Lands game fans, we end up like Call of Duty fans or something, where it's just the same thing every year. Minimal innovation. Their innovative stuff is to do something they left out 3 releases ago that they've already done in the past, but people forgot about. Like, I don't want these games, which are marketed on and fundamentally based on creativity, made game. Like, these games are just, what's the wackiest shit we can do? Go. I don't want them to abandon that spirit. You have to keep trying new stuff, right? Hey, Rudoken. Long time no see. One thing I hope for, Gearbox doesn't abandon types of DLCs and reveal 1, 2, and 3 and just do the endgame DLCs. Much prefer the former. Okay, so you're saying that you view them trying something different one time as abandoning the thing that they did for 13 years of content model? They do one game that literally isn't named Borderlands, and everyone decides, we need story DLC. I don't give a fuck about story DLC. That's me personally. I'm an endgame player. I like endgame content expansion. They have one game with a content model that caters to a different corner of the player base, and everybody loses their minds. Perspective and self-awareness there, please. You know, Season 1 of Borderlands 3 had absolutely 0 replay value for hardcore players. 0. Go away. Not you, Garudoken, the person coming in here and saying weird shit. But here's the thing. I have 6,300 and change hours in BL3. 6,300. You know how many hours I have in any one of the story DLCs? Like 20 tops. You know how many hours I have in each piece of endgame content? Well, I have at least 2,000 in each takedown. At least 2,000 per takedown. I care about the playable stuff more than I care about the story stuff. That's just my preference. Where I can tell? Okay. I'm glad. But I'm also glad to have this discussion. This goes back to what we were talking about. Having these discussions, you know, as rational adults, even if we view things differently, as long as we keep that rationality and respect and all that stuff, it's all good, right? So, open floor. Anyone who's got opinions on the subject. Love to discuss. Borderlands through and through is enjoyable. No reason to lose the brain over not enjoying compared to other games. Yeah, that's an important thing to mention. And I don't think they would have abandoned the Borderlands name for this spin-off for no reason. I think specifically they're like, okay, there's enough here that we've done differently. We need to differentiate this. Them not calling it Borderlands Tiny Tina's Wonderlands, and instead just Tiny Tina's Wonderlands, does give that out for, hey, this isn't Borderlands. We're doing different stuff. Borderlands DNA, sure, but does leave that bit of room. You not wanting me to go away that is, yeah. I realize I should have been more specific in addressing that. Couldn't story DLC include something as good as that content? Way to introduce older content in this new format. I can see that the takedowns are DLC. Well, I don't view the takedowns as DLC personally. I was just using that as a content example. Let me give a better example. DLC 6 in Season Pass 2 of Borderlands 3 had story content and endgame content and game-wide stuff of benefit like the vault card system and the diamond armory acquisition method for the keys. The armory itself was base game, but the keys were part of the vault card system. That's a game-wide thing. That's a good example of something that could tick boxes for everybody. DLC 6. But there's people specifically asking for things in the model of BL1, 2, and Season 1 of BL3. Now let's look at those. Season 1 of BL3 had 0 endgame content. I don't want that. I love BL3. It's still my favorite entry. I do not want Season 1 of BL3 again because it had no endgame. If you look at BL2, the DLC content was largely story with an afterthought boss that doesn't provide any meaningful gameplay and is just pretty lackluster in general. Exception being Tina DLC, where not only was the boss incredibly bad, the slaughter was also incredibly bad. I don't want DLCs in that model. There's the odd exception, like, for example, BL1, bringing in Craw, was great. And as I mentioned, BL3 bringing in Hemo was great. But the request commonly is story instead of endgame stuff, when I'd prefer we just do both, realistically. But if I had to choose one, I am not choosing story. Think Amira has the same replay factor as a takedown? I think the label of takedown is completely arbitrary, Pericles, considering the format of Mirror 4 is the same format as Malo 1 takedown. It's the same format. DigiPeak also qualifies as takedown-like, format-wise. Love story, love endgame. What I would like to see in 3 is something like a takedown of each DLC. That would have been, best case, Jester. I agree with that. Love story DLCs, Claptastic Voyage, my favorite piece of content in any Lands game. Playtime isn't in them, it's in endgame content. Didn't Claptastic Voyage also introduce a really good arena? So it had endgame content. Like, you can do good story and good endgame under one roof. You can do both. Hey, Fusion. Welcome back. 8 months with the Prime, with the 6th streak. I appreciate it. Takedown had loot drops at the end. Fucking Dick Dragon gave me a plate mail. Okay, that's a point. That's a point. You'd be okay with them bringing back a Digistruct Peak-like area? You mean like a mirror? Because that's this. I'm not okay with bringing thing back because thing already happened. I'm okay with gameplay. Mirror 4 is the same format as DigiPeak and Malo 1 Takedown. That is inescapable. It is true. So, like, they already did what you asked.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
I am back. Back again. Sub ended lol.
Thanks again, Fusion. I appreciate it. If the PLC boss actually drop anything before I'm replaying that shit other than just spinning the wheel? Yeah, I think one of the things, aside from format, that keeps this particular mirror more replayable is the fact that you get a shit ton of souls. So it is profitable. Even if not directly through drops, it's profitable. It is rewarding for your time spent. It's helped by the playable content actually just being fun as well. Like, I just have a good time in this mirror as well. What's purple die for? Purple dye. Oh, I thought you meant like hair dye or something. As far as I know, that doesn't do anything, but feel free to correct if anyone knows of a purpose for those. Mirrors 4 pacing seems a bit off relative to Malon Takedown. Like there's more limitation on how they construct in Wonderlands. Press of the level loading implemented here, permissible more continuous level design. People always say that random numbers, and it never makes sense to me. What is the difference gameplay-wise between you opening a door and going through a portal? If there's no combat there, what is the difference? It's about as arbitrary as, this grass isn't the correct shade of green, so it's not the same content. Like, there's no gameplay difference. It's the effects on screen, transitions hurt my eyes. You could, like, not... Look at... That's not gameplay, though. I don't understand. Look like it does damage to enemies if you roll it into them fast enough. Oh, that's amusing. I'm gonna have to try that. I wonder if you could hit it really hard with Cleansing Flames, or like Storm Dragon's Judgment. Increase enemy density in Mirror 4. I'd be okay with that.
These are all bad eggs. Don't feel bad about breaking them.
And in terms of the format thing that I keep bringing up, let's dissect that. Maliwan Takedown is an initial mobbing area that you have to do to progress to your first mini-boss with a light objective-based layer stopping you from progressing to that mini-boss. So, that's already the first area of Mirror 4. Then after that mini-boss, you have additional mobbing in the case of Maliwan Takedown, followed by a boss. That additional mobbing is really just the existing mob, so we don't have to count that. But after the mini-boss, you have a mid-boss. And then, in the case of Maliwan Takedown, after that mid-boss, you have additional mobbing. In Mirror 4, you don't have additional mobbing after the mid-boss. But in both cases after that, you have your final boss. The content format is the same. It's just you have one mobbing section moved from after the mid-boss to after the mini-boss in this game. That's it. Otherwise, the format's the same. You can apply this same format to Digipeak. Kill enemies until you get mid-boss. Kill mid-boss. Kill enemies until you get final boss. Kill final boss. They're slightly restructured versions of the same exact format. It's your most recommended build for a new player to work towards. Just got the game yesterday. Hey, welcome in, Argo. Depends on what classes you're working with and what your personal preference for playstyle is. Are you trying to do like a gun build, a spell build? Is there a particular action skill that caught your eye? Because there's too many builds in this game to like be that general. At least in terms of how I like answering things. Probably a gun build. The classes that maximize gun builds the best would be Spellshot, Spore Warden, Berserker, and Blightcaller. Those four, and of course there's cases where others can come in as well and have a claim. Gun builds would be one of the more flexible things, so there's no real way to go wrong. You probably want at least one of those classes I mentioned. Again, those being Spell Shot, Spore Warden, Blightcaller, Berserker. You probably want at least one of those. But remember, you can pick 2 classes, so you can have 2 of those, you can have one of those, and one of the other remaining classes, the 3 others. General tip for your character background, Village Idiot is the most flexible one. It's just going to be a good damage buff you can apply to most scenarios. Almost all builds benefit from that. Another general new player tip, pick up and experiment with every item that you think looks mildly cool. You might stumble onto something nice. And grab those collectibles. The rune switches, the marbles, the loot dice, the shrines, all of those give you stats, which helps out your character immensely. Have some struggling to convey a small personal experience relative to the community as a whole. It's like my ways for mapping modding. I understand. And there's no, like, wrong answer, random numbers. I appreciate you providing your perspective. The only thing Spell Shot doesn't do is ability damage, question mark. If you squint really hard, Polymorph does immune damage. But, like, it's not a serious ability damage healer, no. However, Spell Shot pumps a lot of spell damage and gun damage, and then there's things that deal ability damage that scale off of an instance of spell or gun damage you dealt. Those being Blast Gasp, Spore Fuse, a Geist in the Shell. Play the angles. So indirectly, Spell Shot can pump ability by quite a bit. Any particular builds easiest to gear for chaos levels and farming? I would say a pure caster Deadshot is going to be, or at least even like a hybrid caster Deadshot. Deadshot being the multi-class Spellshot Graveborn, where you have, generally speaking, the most possible spell and gun output combined with some of the strongest survivability in the game. Pretty much you just need to get a decent damage dealing spell, of which there are many options to get your foot in the door, and then you can just clear. You can just clear the entire game to the point where you don't need to shoot a gun if you don't want to. You could just cast spells with that. So I would say that would be the easiest to gear for, Mocking Fun Dice. So I know you've been working on the last mirror lot. Is there a gimmick to getting the standards for the second portal? So one will be there when you first spawn in. When you first walk into the room, look at the sky. There will be a lightning bolt indicating where the first one is. And you just have to go to that, kill the skeletons around. Once you've killed all the skeletons, you can then destroy the standard. And then just look at the sky again. The lightning bolt will appear where the next one is. And then they'll just spawn in a random order until the fifth one, which is always the one by that gate that's being banged on. Yeah, no problem, Mocking Fun Dice. You think Dire Sacrifice is still viable for C50? It can be made viable. Very gear intensive and very multi-class specific. You're pretty much gonna be locked into a Bereaver with a very specific gearing approach. But yeah, you can make it viable. It won't be fantastic for bossing. You'll have to use other parts of your kit for that, but you can make it viable for mobbing. It's good then second build plus, you don't need to find all dice again. Just the same about marbles and the rest. Yes and no, Sano. The thing with that is if you make all the collectibles account-wide, then the game world's just empty on future playthroughs. Like, we've experienced this when they made dice account-wide. Dice were a nice injection of XP and, like, a chest's worth of loot every time you found one on a character, and it made the world feel populated. Like, you would detour to go to a dice that you... a die spawn that you normally go to and stuff like that. But now you can't. Imagine if they applied that to all of the collectibles. They're just all not there. Game world would feel pretty plain. So I'm personally glad that not all of them are account-wide. Ice Spikes, Triple or Impaling, easy to find, big boom numbers. Yeah. Both of those are good recommendations. You can also go with regular old Ice Spikes. Those are quite good as well. You want to go with simple cast for those. They do much more damage than repeating. Laser Hand is also a great go-to. That one is a legendary. If you have DLC 4, the Wicked Gossip spell is on their level in Poison, if you needed another option. All of those are very good damage dealing spells. Enough that you could use them and nothing else to clear the game if you wanted to. Not so keen on getting everything and getting new tombs myself, so don't. I don't. On my Ghostblade save, I still do not have the marbles, poetry, or rune switches completed. But I'm okay with that, because I just didn't feel like investing the time. I have the option to do so, if I want, but I have not bothered to do so. And that's ultimately on me. I'm still able to clear and enjoy, and I don't really feel like I'm missing out. But I like the option for my future characters to have those collectibles, both to populate the game world and for things like XP acquisition. I wouldn't want that removed from them. And this is how I handled the loot dice as well, before those were made account-wide. That was a change they made the second month of the game, I believe. But I had one character where I'd gotten all the dice, and then on my other ones, I had at most like 100, just because I didn't really bother. I got enough where I felt like my drop rates had improved, and then I just focused on actually playing the game. Just how I did things. I'm saying is it should be a toggle, it's an option. If that was feasible, it would have been done. So let's throw out the possibility of there being a toggle. What happens then? Because if just make a toggle was in the cards, that's how they would have implemented the dice thing. It's not how they implemented the dice. So we have to assume with that information that that's not something they're able to or willing to, one of those, do. So what happens then? If you need to pick either nobody gets to collect collectibles again if they've played the game before, or you can choose to go get them. I'm gonna go with you can choose to go get them, rather than removing a possibility from the entire player base, punishing them for having previously done playthroughs. That's my perspective.
They're keeping my soul fire around here. I can sense it.
Headcanon Blade Caller seriously cracked and I love it. Yeah, that makes sense. It sounds like it'd be quite good. Headcanon has that high status chance and just multiple instances of damage, good damage. It feels very rewarding to use. If all the collectibles were still there in subsequent playthroughs, ones you hadn't found before, had like special glow and you get XP like before, again, that would be nice, but let's talk about realism. That doesn't seem to be something that's going to happen. Because you'd think they would have done something like that if that was in the cards. So we have to work with what we think is possible. Or plausible, I should say. And that puts us back to the all or nothing. They have toggle for how loot drops for groups. I'm sure it's technically feasible. They may not care to put resources to it. That could be the case as well, Roddy. I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just saying it doesn't seem to be something that they are going to do, whether it's a question of want or ability. I don't know the answer to that. But it doesn't seem like something that's going to happen, because it hasn't happened. Making something account-wide is probably easier than making a toggle, yeah? Okay, so if they were to make something account-wide, what is the recourse for people who want to be able to collect collectibles? Are they just screwed? They just can't have that anymore? That's the thing. That's what happened with the dice thing. I do not want that applied to all of the collectibles. Still find myself going to the marble spots on my new character. Yeah, reflexively, sometimes I'll just go to a loot die location. Like, there's a bunch of spots in the overworld that you have no reason to go to anymore because there were just loot dice there. And if you've gotten them, then they're now pointless. So it hit the overworld particularly hard.
Get my soul fire back, and we'll make them all burn.
Also not the biggest deal, 10% buffs are nice but not necessary. Yeah, you can be perfectly viable without having them. It's not like you need to get them. I definitely don't think it's worth removing other players' choices. This is a bit awkward because the elemental matchup here. But we have a lot of protection. So slow and steady. Definitely slower than the Plague Storm setup or the Ghostblade one. But you can see the power of this empowering sigil. That's why they call it that. It's freezing all the enemies, it's blocking the projectiles. That's a good hit. Go. Remember during my first playthrough, really loved Pinrod Scalawags, Rotor's Pushpins, though now at 250 I feel like Pinrods aren't as worth as they were before. I find myself liking Scalawags over Rotors, because recoil on Rotors really throws me off aim-wise. I like Scalawags because they have a blade on them. They apply crossbolts, and are element flexible, and have a blade. Nothing else does all three of those things at the same time. You can get Hooligans, but they don't have the blade. They have the other things, but not the blade. You can get Riveters, which don't have the element. What's your opinion on the newest of personalities? I find it really funny. I enjoy it quite a bit.
He Life's undoubt, hero.
You can help your friends find dice in their games if you want to find dice. Oh yeah, that totally helps solo players out.
Not even once.
Put the new DLCs at those spots so we have reason to go back. What are you even talking about? First of all, I am fear. Why is my phone blowing up? You know when you're in a group chat that you forget exists, and then the other people in the group chat are having a conversation, and you're just like, this is why I don't check group chats? Yeah, me too. That's a really good ring. Is that more spell radius? No. It's a lot, though. How does that compare to that? I lose a lot of crit damage equipping that. But I get a lot of radius. Let's just see. That's some good radius. But not worth it right now. I need the damage more at the moment. Where's my correct ring? There it is. Group chat being social. You imagine? Got all the lucky dice finally. No longer need to use a single one of these shits with any character ever again. Hey Jesse, how you doing? Redmore, you do damage.
These hands are ready for blasting. Roll of thunder.
I can't tell if I hit with that throw or not. Okay, I'm hitting, it's just not doing much. Lightning on armor be like... Alright, I gotta play this more slowly. There you go, that was a good hit. Alright, I should go up. Someone got into my wife's group chat for her parents who also smoke weed, proceeded to spam pride for like 3 pages. That's adorable. Why is your kid the fucking cutest, Thump? Oh, I'm taking a hit here. Ow.
Nothing but fizzles left. Sword vengeance.
That was a good hit. That was a good hit. Yeah, the Spellblade does more damage because it's dark magic. Which I suspect is going to be a trend with Redmorn's forms. Almost through the armor bar, though. I'll be doing a lot more damage after that's done. Hey, destroy the poison head.
Welcome to your fated end.
Yeah, that's a much bigger hit. Difficulty finding all dice on a dice map. I'm not the best at having a sense of direction, so I can definitely empathize with you there.
Large and fully charged.
Ouch. 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 I love that this fight feels like a boss fight when you actually don't melt him immediately. I gotta do this during a playthrough. I gotta do this during a playthrough. That was just fun. Both heads are red now. Yeah, it appeared to grow back a second fire head. So maybe the heads that it regrows will just pull from whatever are unlocked for you. That's interesting. You must lose the poison immunity? Well, that doesn't mean that at all. That would have to be tested separately. We don't know that the attacks done are tied to the immunity. Got news for your friend, kids with cute. Is it that simple? Yours is cuter. Head that grows back is random based on availability. Yeah, happened on my first time phase 2. Good to know. Also, hi Maniki. How are you? Morning, son. Melee is the way. Melee is a good time. Gonna have a shield bar for lightning head, bone bar for cryo head. I don't know what other elements it's gonna get. We can assume it's probably gonna get a lightning one. But like, does it get cryo? Does it get dark magic? Because it is a fear dragon, right? Like, getting dark magic wouldn't be out of character. Redmorn's attacks go through walls. Some of them? I know at least some of them do. So going down to hide isn't really the play. You want to go up to actually physically get out of the way. Let's do some bow stuff. Finishing my last week of True Freedom before going back to work part-time. Good on you making big moves, though.
There is more yet to be conquered. Bandits, skeletons, and loot galore. One loot, actually. Mine.
Or gets all four in a freeze, so this isn't even my final form. Boom, goes full demon, dark magic, fear dragon, second phase. Yeah, I mean, Chum's got a second phase in his fourth form, right? So, there's precedent for it. Oh, has anyone ever tested, Barrage with plate mail? Do you get double the ricochets? Or, I'll rephrase. Do you get separate ricochets for the plate mail instances? Chumps went full Sharknado. He did do that. Hot bean, water, and quag. Morning, Natures. How you doing? Some of the attacks seem to target specific parts of the arena instead of the player. I've noticed that. You shoot those to detonate them early? Those are annoying. For all you complain about Barrage, you play this build a lot. Is it just fun? Yeah, Derek. It is fun. And the reason why I complain about Barrage is because I want this to be accessible. You know the reason this build's working? Ascended perfect rolls. This legitimately doesn't matter. There you go, tiebreaker. I'll re-roll that. At that part doesn't matter. Ascended perfect rolls of the most busted item in Lands game history. This doesn't matter, but it's got this enchant that a lot of people are having trouble rolling. Ascended perfect rolls. Ascended perfect rolls. You get the idea. That's why this is working. This isn't Barrage's power, this is the gear's power. So, a player isn't naturally going to be able to do this to this extent. And that would be possible if the action skill had enough power, if that makes sense.
That's not quite what I meant when I said let 'em rip.
This vengeance thing is helping my self-worth and my network.
I think I rolled for Spore Enchants 400 plus times. I think that's one of the most common situations I've seen people in. Trying to roll one of the two barrage-related enchants that people care about, not the third one that nobody likes. And just not getting it. That's part of it. That absolutely ties into things with Barrage. Because Barrage's cooldown is so bad you can't sustain it without the Ward enchant. And then Barrage itself doesn't do much damage. It's more used as, if you're not doing it as a direct damage thing, a facilitator for the gun enchant. Which is, again, character weighted, so it's tough.
Nothing next to
Does this make Feral Surge kill something? Possibly. I haven't tried this with Feral Surge. I kind of want to now. Make an equivalent build like this for all the underwhelming action skills, just to see what they can do with, like, absolute perfect rolls. That could be a fun series. Concentrate rolling so discouraging at times. Spent an hour save re-rolling a shield and got one of the blight enchants half the time. Can't help but think there's some seed that needs to be changed somehow. It's not a seed thing, it's just the weighting is not equal among a lot of them. And there's enough of them that you feel that. There's enough enchants that can pop up in any slot that you feel that. And there's no dupe protection. So you could, for example, roll action skill start spell damage 4 times in a row, consuming all of your moon orbs. Hi, that's me from yesterday. 4 times in a row. Was a golem pelvic thrusting? Possibly. I think you deserve all the viewers in the world, but I love how accessible you are to chat. I try to interact with chat as much as I possibly can. Derek, the way I like making my content is I like conversational stuff. It's why I'm not a YouTuber. Because I don't want to just talk at myself and a camera. I like talking to you guys as I'm doing my thing. That's just where I'm most comfortable. So, chat interaction is something I do pride myself on. Which means, if I miss something that you really want me to see, feel free to ping me. I do not mind. Erica's Quag is the most toxic and accessible. What do you mean toxic? What do you mean? Are you implying that not shooting guns in a looter shooter and quantifying an entire category of builds in Borderlands 3 around that is toxic? What? Zero-shotting bosses? getting entire weeks of content out of disproving things people say about items? What do you mean? What do you mean? Keep saying it till I'm blue in the face. Give us an enchantment library, and let us dismantle weapons to unlock those enchants in our library, and let us spend moon orbs to put any enchant from our library onto the item. In a perfect world, I'd be okay with that kind of system, Struggle Bus. Thing is, suggestions like that about anointments back in the BL3 cycle were like directly shot down a couple of times. It took a while for them to budge on re-rolling at all. I just don't see some sort of anything remotely like crafting with the itemization in these games. I don't see that happening anytime soon, based on how they've done things and based on some things that have been said in the past. But would I like your idea? Absolutely. Perfect rules to showcase how good, bad the underused action skills can be. Basically describes what you're doing save out of gear at the opposite end of the damage spectrum, BO3 rack stab. Yeah. Pretty much the same thing, Stump. Class-specific rules I don't even bother trying to get. It's something to only take a piece of gear off the ground for. Yeah, I think that's a healthy way of doing it.
Don't judge me by my old standards. I've changed.
I do float around, forgot where. Oh yeah, there it is. Random numbers. Yeah. Crack stab. Hey, soccer chick. How's the speedruns coming along? I very nearly did BL3 today instead of Wonderlands just so I could do some speedrun derusting. It's like possible I do a BL3 day this week, maybe. Cutting time quickly. Why are you capping? Seriously, you could probably take flak time if you wanted to. Cause I know I can improve it. So I know you can do the same, because I'm not that good. I just practice. But I know I have time save. I was thinking about going after Moe's. Because the amount of time save I know I have in my Moe's run, if I got all that time save, I would get first back for that. Because it's like 12 seconds I would need to gain. Yo, Deceptix, thank you for the 19 months. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You say the word speedrun, and he appears. It's uncanny.
Let's play a game.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
So many reasons to celebrate.
Colon closing parenthesis.
Texas Sweet said colon closing. I'm mature. I'm an adult.
The song in my heart was stolen from me. Find my loot and get it back. Those wyverns.
You were playing a game for children. It's rated T for teen. There are 18 and 19-year-olds are adult teens. Therefore, if you adjust for leap years and the gravitational pull of a gamer chair, I'm in the correct age category for this game. I'm not old. Shut up.
A lot, several times. The mush and mushrooms is actually peppered boy tar. These are all bad eggs. Don't feel bad about breaking them.
Rated T for Tina.
Hero work
Doesn't Tina make that joke?
to be in.
Like, in the game?
Which is laid first, the egg or the wyvern?
Yep. Only old people say I'm not old.
Seriously though, how did they get the instrument in the egg?
I need a young person to say I'm not old, just to disprove that, just so I have a leg to stand on.
Wow.
One of you whose back doesn't hurt from sleeping incorrectly, say you're not old.
I guess in this realm, wyverns lay instruments.
Damn it.
Did the wyverns eat the instrument, or a tiny instrument maker? My heart's singing.
She just waits a mention of cannibalism and says they're keeping it T for Tina.
soon, because I
Oh, and Flip's got the quote there. Yeah. My back doesn't hurt today. Yesterday it did, though. Mine does hurt today.
badass warriors hold the keys to that kingdom. So get to butt stomping.
I've got way too many arrows. What?
Not old for real, no cap. Yes, this chat be bussin'. See, we're young, we're hip. Did I say that right? Classic IW. Hey Walnut, how you doing?
Let's play. Knock knock loose.
That's one.
Certain things that hurt when young people say them. Like if you were born before 2000.
Now pull that switch and we should be good.
When your childhood experiences are old enough to drink or, you know, have good car insurance rates, that's when it starts to hurt.
You are soon to be dead.
But alright, bud, how's stream? Stream's good. Stream's good. Just messing about in the mirror. Did some hammer throwing, now we're doing some barraging. God, my kids aren't old enough to throw age-related insults at me yet. It'll be soon. Before you're ready for it, at the very least. How old's considered old? Old is state of mind. You see, there are people who were born before me who are younger than me, because I'm old. Old is like your level of how much you just want to take a nap because you're in constant pain and just kind of done with stuff. I'm 34, but my knees, 87. Good example. Wait, so I'm old? You sure are. I'm sorry I had to find out like this. Thought that was called living? No, no, it's just being old. 31, pancreas, 98. I am 27 and every joint in my body is 72.
Blot out the sun.
I don't live anymore, just survive each day. Ooh, that's a mood. These feet could talk. I'm sure someone's into that somewhere, Odyssey. I believe in you. Live your truth. Chat all collectively learning with the pros. "33 of my toddler carrying shoulder belongs to an 80-year-old tennis player who's also a bodybuilder. Kids are basically growing dumbbells that beg to be picked up." So your muscles are like, yes, and your joints are like, no. That's relatable.
Pay me back later, okay?
And they score them all the time, make them difficult to carry. Graduated high school a few months ago, but my back hurts because I sit weird. Also keep forgetting lift with knees, not with back thing. Oh yeah, yeah, that's a big one. That's a big one.
Enjoy the new hole.
You know what size Blight is for armor passives? No, I can check that real quick. Not if you're in trouble yet. I've got socks older than most of you. How you doing, Hickey Brit? Let me check that. I'm actually curious. Medium? Is it medium? Looks medium. I'm gonna guess medium.
Treasury, I remembered something else they stole from me. The light of my life. I'd like it back. My soul fire's here. I miss the heat. Not so much the heartburn.
Huh. So dragons get heartburn from breathing fire. That's useful info. Heartburn from the fire? Are we sure the heartburn isn't the fire? I suppose we're not. 53 and I have to lie better half an hour every day to work up the will to face the day. Is it bad that I can relate to that? It's probably not good. Medium.
Get my soul fire back, and we'll make them all burn.
Mosquito is silly. How you doing, Herrera? It's a build right now. The build right now is a completely unreasonable gear showcase of Barrage. It is to hammer in the point that Barrage sucks, but gear is strong. That might sound like an evasive answer, but I could legitimately just unspec all of my skill points and the difference in performance would be minimal. Someone remind me and I'll do a boss run with no skill points just to prove it. Just remind me after this mirror. Which could be very shortly. That's Carouser? Yes. Glad to know I'm not the token old guy. We're pretty age diverse in here, Stump, honestly. I mean, I'm a younger millennial, and I know there's a lot around there. There's some Gen Z, but there's some, like, people of all ages around here. I like that we got a good mix. Barrage is fun and looks cool, sadly doesn't do much except with extremely specific builds. Exactly. Reppin' Gen X here. There you go. Why is there dog mushroom, not cat mushroom? Variety. I wanted different animal farts. That's a sentence. Like, it's so cool that you can do this. But, like, once you look at the gear that I'm using to do this, it's like, oh. Okay. Like, using Barrage against Redmorn feels epic. Like, it's so goddamn cool. But it's a phony. It's a big fat phony. Okay, enemies? Hello? Okay. Understood. Does Barrage look cooler with that reload use animation? I don't know. About manatee farts? I've seen perhaps too much video of that. No, those are some farts you can't trust. How long did that take without perfect gear? So the last run of like actual farmed gear with Storm Dragon's Judgment took several minutes and it was a good time. I imagine with non-perfect gear you could get a decent time with Barrage because Redmorn's big enough that you could hit all the arrows pretty reliably. And you can weak spot fairly easily. So with some good aim, you could probably still do that in a few minutes, but it would be a lot slower than that. A lot. Not to start any drama, but digging up drama. Alright, I'll address this one since it doesn't come up too often, Alia. That particular individual, a couple years ago decided to just stop pretending to be a decent human being and started doing a lot of questionable shit. And just kind of decided to start beefing with a lot of people for no reason other than they like things that he doesn't. So, categorize it under the umbrella of I piss off the correct people in life. And let's move on from that one.
Good night to face your fears, and the embodiment of everyone else's fears too.
I'm back, Vesper. I'm ready to reap some lost souls if you got 'em.
Flatulence better than splatulence? Yeah? Thought it'd be silent but deadly if it was a boat foghorn. Ugh. Foghorn between your legs horn. Get it? Cause butt. Got a scented mosquito for spore spell, been avoiding using it. You could use that for barrage and work out pretty nicely, right? Cause spell shot has a lot of gun damage. And you could feed barrage with that. So do I just run that? ASA 20? Yeah, I think I just run that. Cool, that worked out. Think the gearbox will ever revert boss damage nerf? No. I do not think that that will ever happen. Especially because the people who asked for said nerfs are still asking for more enemy damage nerfs. I don't think it's ever happening. I think we have to just suffer. I kind of want to do another run. But I was going to do chamber boss run with no skill points. So we'll do that. Having haters just means that you have a following that makes them jealous. Pretty much, Odyssey. I know for a fact I have a group of people who hate watch me and keep an eye on my every action and every word so that they have ammunition, but that's the beautiful thing about not being a shit human being. And also being completely straightforward in everything that I say. I don't have the energy to be indirect or sneaky or dishonest in any way. I tell it like I see it, like it is, and there's no dirt on me because it doesn't exist. So, thanks for the ad revenue, haters.
You just come up anywhere, don't you?
Yeah, let's respec. How dare you be a good person, right? Alright, who wants a boss fight to be hard? Good question. Haters paying your bills. It really do be like that. So we're gonna take strength, attunement. Do I go constitution? If I don't have skill points, constitution would probably be value, but I'm just gonna go dexterity anyway. So, Spore Warden, no skill points.
Are you prepared?
Boss run. Yeah.
Choose, Fatemaker.
Also got a perfect volatile, Blight Collar, Stabmancer with +2 in contagion, +3 exploit their weakness, but escape at tides. You could still get some value out of that. So, when I said it's the gear, it's the gear. I'm gonna equip a weapon to death save if I need to, because I'm gonna die soon. Yeah, let's use that. I'm gonna try a nap before I work later. I'll take it easy, Swin. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate you. Getting that much damage with no skill points, new to gear. Well, that's the entire thing with this Odyssey. The reason why this Barrage showcase is noteworthy is because this is with, like, a perfect gear. Or near perfect in some cases. So, this is, like, a good example of, A, Spore Warden Tree is kinda cheeks, even for something that should be firmly within its wheelhouse, that being Barrage damage. B, skill trees as a whole are just less impactful than gear in this game. And C, this is a level of gear that most players will never see, because the amount of RNG to get this kind of gear is, like, absurd. Hate is time-consuming, emotionally consuming. This behavioral swipe person, absolutely, it does make me sick. Also feel bad and sad for those who live in that state of life. Yeah, it's just no way to go through life. Coffee. Takes more out of you than the people around you, and it takes shit out of people that you don't need to just, like, don't engage with shit like that. It's just, I don't see the point. Time for Destiny 2 showcase. Stand here and I'm excited. Hey, I hope you get something you want out of that hunch. It's Gamescom today, right? What time does Gamescom start? Oh, I need an ad. Ooh, that was close. 2 hours? Cool. How's a new Blight Caller? Fantastic. It's a real good time. Yeah, we just need good RNG here. Come on, Mosquito, do the thing. Yeah, we'll be fine once we make it to the flesh bar, because then body rune will, be good. Yeah, that's better. Is it well balanced? Depends on what you're using it for. It can make dot builds extremely strong, and it's got a couple skills that, when combined with guns, are extremely powerful. But overall, if you were to look at it in its entirety, yes, I would say it's well balanced. Close. He looked as a body rune good. Boss amateur reminds me of Nerf's to World Drops in BO3. Yeah, Herrera. Same energy. Same energy for sure. It's funny seeing the build struggle even with near perfect gear. Really says a lot about barrages. Keep in mind, this is with no skill points. But yes. This would be faster if I just used guns. But your core point is an accurate one. Still barrage bad? Yes. The mobbing is, like, unchanged, though, amusingly. Want to make a dot build? I'm not having much luck. If you remind me in the loot room, I can play my dot build next. And I'll talk through it as I play. You play Borderlands 3 too? Yes. Yes, I do. Ugh. That was a shit situation to be in. I guess the barrel got you. This bow shoots sadness. Might be top build. Hey Natas, how you doing? Good day and good vibes to you as well. Borderlands 3? Yeah. That's Mosquito on Carouser shots. So, further proving my point, we just see 2 mil chunks. Because gear. Like, this isn't even a gun build, it just does that. Because Mosquito. Got a platinum enemy yesterday, couldn't that you seen them before? Yeah, some loot enemies, are immune to all damage that is not melee. They're random spawns, but, if they're immune, then you gotta try melee damage. Not all loot enemies are completely immune, some are just heavily resistant. For example, opulent wyverns are just heavily resistant.
One more for the soul fire.
Oh, Nova mains? Oh, Nova. The real Quag Chad move. Low roll Banshee. Sad. Thank you, you're welcome. That is fine, thank you. Take trust in magic. Why not? Really, game? Really? On this run? Okay. Have fun. I'm not.
So hot in the coven right now.
Oh, I don't know what hit me. But that's okay.
Like it'd be that easy to stop me.
Oh. You gonna jump up here? Thank you. The awkward thing, you know, one of the many awkward things here is I don't have a good angle to hit her with Barrage. I just need to, like... She teleports faster than my bullets are. What? Never mind, that doesn't work either. How do you feel about Vim and Vigor, crossbow assault rifle? I think you're confusing a suffix with an actual item effect. Could you read off the full name of the item you're referring to? Because as far as I'm aware, Vim and Vigor is not the name of an item.
Wipe your shoes off at death's door.
She just teleports out of the way, goddammit. Vengeance. Okay, Vengeance is the name of that gun. The Vengeance is good. It is a good single target weapon. Stack up a lot of the tracker bolts, and you get a big fire rate bonus for applying more stickies. Swear, Imelda, get over here. Right now. No, not your attack, you. We're gonna do this.
See you later, Death.
That's a big sniper. Hey, B. How you doing? It is a big sniper. Eh? I hope it gets better than eh. If it helps, I am also eh because this boss is the worst.
Chew on blood.
Like, she's teleporting out of my attacks. This is the worst. I'm stubborn though. We're doing it anyway. Oh, that's a health file. I need that.
Be polite to that when you see her, or else.
God damn it. Why? Like, this isn't like base game bosses where there's counterplay, it's just she'll sometimes decide to teleport out of your entire attack, take cover, and then bomb your entire half of the arena. Oh, and we got tougher ads. Personal mission for Vicar Max is so good. All the endings specifically. Yeah. Max is a cool character. Just programmed to cause pain. Like, the nature of what I'm doing right now, for anyone just joining, I have 0 skill points. And we're doing a barrage-only setup. But Imelda is awful. Talking Outer Worlds? Yeah. See, like, why is that there? Why is that barrel there specifically so you can't stand in the middle? Instead, you have to stand over here. Like, everything about this fight pisses me off. I'm just seeing how easy the attacks are to dodge. From right here, they're fairly easy to dodge. That one missed because I got hit during my jump. Like, you can dodge most of these, provided you're paying sufficient attention. But the thing is, you can't hit her from here. So if you stand over here to try to hit her, well, that happens. And she's also capable of teleporting out of your shots before your bullet gets there. So you have to go up here, but you can't dodge when you're up here. Also, you can't hit because hitboxes are terrible, and she'll start spamming teleports if you're up here. It's like, what is the intended way of doing this fight? That's what I don't know. It's gonna take a while. It's doable. It's just... this fight is awful. You wanna teleport somewhere where I can shoot you? Oh, there's a storm now. Quit. Tempting. Alright, one more try. Fix the intended way. Meldaspore fight. A Meldaspore 0 skill points fight, Dex. Morning, fan. How you doing? Want to do this fight so I can farm DLC on all my characters at the same time? No. No is probably the better answer for your mental health. Melda or Vora? I would fight Vora any day of the week because Vora is actually decent design. Vora is designed directly to hard counter the strats that people leaned on with Borderlands 2. It counters the B shield. It looks at a game where people just lifesteal constantly instead of knowing how to do anything. It's like, okay, you can do that, but like beyond point. It looks at people who only use a single weapon and nothing else and says, okay, better be efficient with your ammo. Vor is decent design and there's counterplay to everything it does. Imelda is not.
Till death I said sigh! I'm not dying today.
Gonna be honest, that gingerbread man scared the piss out of me. Oh, you're immune to poison now. That's cool. Oh, you teleported? Okay. Sorry, she what? Oh yeah, she can just decide to be immune to elements as well, on top of everything else she's doing. So she'll just be like, yeah, I'm immune to that one now. She's immune to lightning right now. You can tell which one she's immune to by which element she's charged the skeletons with. Oh, I'm gonna die as soon as I land. Oh, it ended. Pog. We're doing this together, chat. I'm gonna feel so much closer to all of you after getting through this. If I bad Rex instead, I would want to.
I did you a favor, trust me.
Wow. Edge of my hitbox. Let's not talk about how close that was.
The day.
I need health. Imagine how rewarded you'll feel. I'm looking forward to my 0 legendaries. But we're in this deep. We gotta do it. We gotta see this through, right?
Let's play
Fuck you.
knock loose.
I swear she's listening. I swear she's listening. How did that hit me?
Today's not the day.
She knows what you do before you do it and goes, nah, clearly. Yeah, I have a spell. I can't be down there, because there's a thing that happens in there. She's behind you playing with Kevin and Jake? I believe it. Stress? Yes. Damn it. Wait, if her projectiles are blockable with sigil? That's a good question. Do I have a sigil? I do. Let's find out. I know there's at least some that aren't, but I don't know which are which. What is hitting me? Okay, the storm goes through. Oh, really? We're going again. I got one more life. Enemy AI. It just... I went down, it goes up. Cool. Cool, 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 cool.
Back on the old hedonic treadmill.
You believe in me, Kevin? I don't think Kevin believes. You come up here and not believe in me? You just looking at my hand. Yes. Up here. Up here. There you go. It's a Kevin. Cast Sigil as you're flying over the cauldron. Will it block her from feeding it? I'm gonna test that just for you. Just for you. Doesn't look like it. What are you resisting? Wait, did you just resist non-elemental damage? What? She totally just resisted non-elemental. What? That was a good hit. She's just refusing damage. Yeah, any damage that gets through her teleport spam, she's just like, no. No.
Enjoy your vacation.
Oh, good mosquito, good mosquito.
Seth is so proud of me.
Just like that one D&D player who doesn't want to play by the rules and make shit up. Yup. Come on, teleport over here. Imelda, you fuck. She knows you're doing a sigil, so she'll just teleport to the other side and just, like, make a storm. Because she knows that goes through.
Do it again soon.
Do I even make this boss? I don't know. I don't know. Okay, well the sigil blocks a barrel. That's one attack we know it works on. Oh, we phased her, we phased her, we phased her.
Wait again. Is that a new
Oh, of course it's this one.
swamp rock?
How am I gonna do this? Not like that. Ugh, not like this at all.
Put out the sun.
Oh, no, 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 no. Yeah, she totally knows you're using a sigil. And she'll just, like, plant a storm there.
I've got way too many arrows.
Yeah. 100% of the time. Why would they do that? Hearts racing? This is content. Okay, I need to not go down again for a bit. She can track you while you're using that? Okay, I'm gonna stand up here. What are you gonna... Oh, you're just gonna do your normal thing. Okay, that's cool. I don't know where to go. There's health vials in there, but... Okay. It's content or is it torture? Bit of both. Sigils block that. Back up. No, back up. She didn't back up. I need to take a break and sip some coffee. My chest hurts. Do what to me? No, bonk. I don't think this is healthy. Ow. Alright, you know what? You know what, Imelda? You know what? Not going down without a fight. Do I have a sword explosion? You know, that couldn't have ended any other way. It could not have ended any other way. It could not have ended any other way.
Oh look! A new lease on life!
Come on.
Anyway, back to the original point.
War for the colors!
I hate Imelda so much. This is what it feels like to be free. Hey Zen. Currently leveling up Dot, Blight Collar, got a Dark Magic Sword Explosion. What other weapon should I be looking for? Shadowfire is great. Crossblade, White Rider. I'm forgetting an important one. Yeah, those are some other good ones. What was the real point of all that? I don't know. I don't. Alright, bye. Burn some sage, pet some cats, meditate. Hope you enjoyed your yard time. Back to jail.
You go on ahead. I'll swing in later.
Full quiver across your skin. Welcome to the family.
Had to stop it for lunch. We still do no skill point barrage. Yeah, fun story. Imelda. But yes we are. I'd rather fight 1,000 pigworts than a single Imelda. That's the point, was the point to demonstrate pain? I don't remember the point anymore. Was that an Ascended White Rarity? With spell damage? Hell yeah, give me that.
This should be interesting.
Next week's community requested feature, 1,000 pigworts. This is actually no skill points? Hey, Termithian, how you doing?
Blot out the sun.
awkward. Get.
For the whole death. Let's do it again soon. I gotta wish him a happy death day. Don't ever wish hero. Got a shot.
There we go. Been a while, how are you? I'm doing well. I'm doing well. Colony shroom. I love colony shrooms. Here about a month ago, just been so busy with life. Understandable. It do be like that sometimes. Hope things have been treating you well. Just got back. You proven build could be carried by mosquito or something? Yeah, 0 skill points, barrage only with a lot of gear. Proving the point that barrage is not good, but with gear and the silliness that is mosquito, you can make anything good. Ooh, bulwark buddies on those. That's sneaky.
Not the day.
I walked directly into that. Stop moving so fast. No. Sorry, chat, I'm focused up for the moment. This is actually a lot of fun. Neuron activation. The repetitive sound made frequently, I'm not sure what it means. There's a sound when skills when proc. There is a sound when your spell comes off cooldown.
This will sting. A lot. Several times.
Yeah, it might be the one when your spell comes off cooldown. What does have the most diverse amount of enemies in any landscape base game? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question. I think it's possible. I don't trust that barrel. One of the dumbest questions I could possibly ask when I play this game too. Ow. I'm sure it's not that bad. Hit me. Frozen Vengeance or Toothless? I guess I take Frozen Vengeance here. Oh, please don't be like Celissa or some shit. Give me like Chums. Lachance, I'll take it. Hey, thank you for the 5 bits. I appreciate it. Should really draw on a blank. I mean, never pick one up. Is Malwyn in this game? No, Malwyn is not in this game. So depending on how this goes, this fight could end up being a good illustration of why I firmly believe that Lachance is more threatening than Wastard. Because Lachance actually tries to kill you. Wastard struggles to even land a hit. And he often doesn't even bother. Ow, fuck. Oh no, that's Frostbite. Tried Blight Grave builds yet? Gear suggestions? I briefly messed around with Blight Grave and I found no reason to run that over other multi-class combos. To be perfectly honest. I don't know what that multi-class is like attempting to do. I guess you could use Harvest to boost Bog Totem. And Reaper of Bones is like fun for non-Bog Totem stuff, but I don't know what Grave Blight would be good at. There we go. Chance straight up slow walks you like a badass Michael Myers. Lachad. There we go. That's a run with no skill point. Gun companion building might be my guess. Well, Graveborn doesn't help gun Faithful Thralls helps everything, sure, but Greyborn does not specifically do anything at all for gun. And in terms of companion, Greyborn also doesn't give companion damage. Again, it's just Faithful Thralls, which is in a damage category you can pretty easily get from other sources. So, like, what does it do? Struggling to get good damage output with Grave Blight. Was trying companion build, struggling with higher chaos tiers. Time to go back to Blight Stabbo. Yeah, Blight Stabbo is always going to be comfy. Can dots from spells proc Blast Gasp? Only in the case of inflammation. That is the only case where that works that way. Otherwise, no. What do I roll here? Let's go armors. For all this time, I finally had enough Quag emotes. I like that third one. That's cool. More sad that Atlas isn't in this game than Malon. Love Atlas pistols. There's multiple weapons that include Atlas functionality, though. Reckless Monster. That's the thing. A manufacturer doesn't need to be in the game if its functionality is. Malawan pretty much folded into Dahlia. And, Atlas folded into Stoker and Torque. Why do so many people stream copyrighted music to Switch not care? Oh, they do. It's usually just, either they have it on a separate audio track so they can just mute their VOD if need be, if they get a claim, or they just are not concerned enough about the consequences. That's why I don't stream copyrighted music. Because with my luck, if they hit someone, it would be me. Dot from Inflammation Blast Gas, not the spell hitting the enemy. As I explained every time I explain Inflammation with that build, that melee build I run, Inflammation's dot is a spell. It triggers spell things. Executioner's Blade, Double Knot, Blast Gasp. Those Twitch DJs, how are they doing it? You can use copyrighted music if you get permission from the copyright holder. And in many cases, that's what some people do. They'll, like, go contact the artist, be like, hey, can I use your music? Or contact the label and pay for a license. Some people are just lucky and never get got, but some people do go through proper channels. But yeah, Twitch will still generally mute. Infamously, didn't they mute Metallica playing their own music? I don't remember when this was precisely. They did? No. Some being the operative word? No. There you go. Further proof. 0 skill points. Now, let's actually spec skill points and do another run. And have fun. Although I was going to play the dot build as well. We'll circle back around to this. Best rings and amulets for Berserker Stab using Dreadwind. Melee or ability rings. The ones with the best passives you can get. You want melee crit stats, duration increases, ability damage. You don't want ability crit stuff because it's still damage source melee, but Dreadwind just additionally gets ability damage scaling. So melee crit damage, melee crit chance, action skill duration are the best passives you're looking out for there. Any companion spells besides the bow? There are Hydra spells, there are Pixie spells, Vigilant Sigils spawn several Hydras at once. Best is to stay away from copyrighted music? Yes. There's plenty of resources out there for copyright-free music. A lot of it made specifically for streamers. So that's something you can look for. Because Inflammation's dot isn't really dot, it's a special effect of the spell. That's why it says 110% chance on the card, and the effect can proc an actual dot. There you go. Gonna have a really good rest of the day. Take it easy, fan. Thanks for stopping by. Blade Caller? Yeah, Rune. Hey, Boom, how you doing? Marshmallow can be a companion if you believe hard enough. Marshmallow not counting towards the companion cap, at least I think it doesn't, is criminal. Marshmallow is our true companion. It's been our friend the whole time. Don't eat your companions. But it's situationally optimal to. Marshmallow's my best friend. Hey. Great minds, the two of you, Slushy and Rune. Gone from eating skeep to companions? Yes. You think you could eat the mushroom companion and it would, like, regenerate? Like, if you didn't eat all of it? I wouldn't have that information, Termithian. We all know which part. Just the tip. Just the tip. We're not monsters. It's taking a strange turn. When does it not, Slushy? You know where you are. Blue Lemon says, Shadowfire dedicated sources Mike. Who's Mike? Obelisk Boss is a mushroom. What's your spell? Wicked Gossip. DLC 4 spell. Really, really good damage. And a pretty good dot as well. Sure, would probably taste much better than Wyvern or Demilich. I mean, Wyvern probably would taste like chicken, right? Demilich, I suppose it depends on if there's like some marrow in there. Not a lot of meat on it, that's true, that's true. Demilich should make some good bone broth for the wyvern soup. Yeah, just combine them. You can multi-class, why can't we eat multiple companions in one dish? Genius. Do not eat the wyvern. It respawns. It's an unlimited food supply right there. Why do you think there's no starvation in the Wonderlands? Because magic. I mean, that too. Solve world hunger by spec and harvest respawn rate. I thought it was Faithful Thralls that gives the respawn rate. It is? Okay. Eating spirits worm may result in your insides becoming your outsides. Yeah, that's a fair point. What about Bog Totem? Because you can create Bog Totem in whatever flavor you want. But, like, that presents the question, what does each element taste like? This is a weird rabbit hole. Like fizzy soda? But, like, soda is a wide spectrum of flavors. Fire tastes like blisters? How do you know what a blister... You know, I'm not gonna... That's a question I don't want the answer to. Dark magic is licorice? It sounds delicious. Bedtime for me. Thanks for sharing info, really helpful. Yeah, happy to help out. Sorry I didn't have more info for you. Dark magic tastes like Coke Starlight in my eyes. I've never had that. You'd go to furniture manufacturer's website, they have one with no bra and a sheer white shirt, walk past camera and banner B-roll. Would it see... It's not safe for working in the office? Oh no. Don't get got. Dark magic soy sauce? Ooh, that also sounds like it would fit. Ketchup? Poison, yum. The most delicious flavor, the forbidden one. Poison. Dark magic sounds like a rum. Oh, like a nice Kraken. Yeah. Yeah. I could see it. There's Chums. Hi, Kevin. It's Chums.
Kiss my ass.
Bye, Chums. Gonna say dark magic tastes like birch beer soda. But why? That doesn't make sense. Dark magic efficiency on a gun damage ring. That's something I've been looking out for. But the other passes aren't great. I tried though. Why is my connection suddenly protesting now? Faymaker was named Poison Injector till he no longer injected poison. Became Poison Injectee. Inflammation tastes like the one chip challenge. Sorry, it was me. Don't let it happen again, Vlad. I forgive you, though. What do we think frost taste like? Like, would it just be, like, flavorless? Would it just be ice? Or would it be flavored in some kind? It's blue, so... But I think logically the blue flavored one would be lightning, right? Unflavored snow cone? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Snow? Yeah, it's just snow. Okay, that one's logical. Poison, though. I don't know what poison is. I've personally never consumed poison, so I don't know. I don't have a frame of reference there. Light vanilla. Would ice spikes hurt to eat? I thought you said cast for a second. I was like, you know, that's a good question. Hurt to eat? I mean, it depends on how you eat them, right? Poison would be coffee since caffeine's a poison. I suppose it's technically caffeine, alcohol, those are poisons. Yeah, I guess. Frost tastes like Mentos. Been on the internet, you've consumed poison at some point. That's a good point. Yeah. Can't argue with that. Poison's any strong liquor. Poison tastes like Surge infused with a whole bag of Sour Patch Kids and a fresh squeezed lemon. Ooh, so do we think poison would be sour? I could get on board with that. That would make a lot of sense. Could taste like green chartreuse. Kind of an herbal fresh grass taste with a little bitterness. That kind of sounds lovely.
Works on you.
I'm thinking fire is just like Chipotle.
I really found my calling, didn't I? Now,
Apparently arsenic tastes like almonds. I have heard that. Now that you mention it. Fire something too much paprika. I'm a little heavy-handed on the paprika. I feel attacked.
oncoming.
Shock tastes like blue Gatorade, and it's weirdly crunchy. I was thinking it would have like the pop rock sensation. Like no matter what it actually tastes like, you just have that going on. I wasn't going to use Plague Storm, but Pigwort, so now I will. Post your builds anywhere? Not generally, Mr. Bling. But if you would like for me to do a build overview in the loot room for you after the run, I can do so. I'm more of a live content kind of guy. This your dot build? It is. Dragon Lord again, huh?
It's my asthma.
I staggered him too soon. Started this build last night. How's it treating you so far? Only level 7 Blight's fun? Yeah, it is.
It's so awful. This one's next.
Oh well. Anything known about what's coming next in Wonderlands? Nah. We don't know anything yet. Gotcha, would appreciate it. Just figured it'd get annoying constantly showing the same builds like I might have website. Discord, you post, show builds or post saves. I have posted saves for my BL3 builds in my Discord. And I've made build videos in the past. It's just something that lately I have not done. Here's Rextry. About to download and play again. Give me a rundown on what the DLC changed about the endgame. Seeing you do this run and looks the same. Looks the same. What do you mean, looks the same? It's literally random. The bosses are random, the enemies I fight in the obelisks are random. I'm doing a boss run format, which is something that was added due to community feedback. But the entire point of the boss run format it is obelisk, boss, obelisk, boss, obelisk, boss. That's the run. I'm choosing to do that because I want to fight a bunch of bosses on this build. In terms of everything DLC's changed, I mean, it's added more content. The fourth one added a new class to the game, which I'm playing right now, and it very much does not look the same. It's more than I could describe to you in a short conversation. On mobile, interwebs drops. I don't know if you mentioned build. This is the dot build. Yeah, yeah. Hey, Felicia. How you doing? I'm thirsty and sucked a garden hose dry. Legends will tell the tale of Sora, the throat goat god, the snack eater. I'm proud of you, Sora. Live your best life. I'm indescribably proud of you. As you can see, Dot's good. As you try volley, it's really good for Dot stuff. High projectile count, homing. It's got a shield to protect you if you ADS. And remember, Fire and Flesh is useful for most bosses.
Seriously? I was just getting started.
Which build is this? Dots. I'll take this money. I need to buy SDUs on a couple saves. I couldn't remember if this is one that I haven't finished SDUs on, but no. I think I have them all in this one. Wearing ability rings? No. I'm wearing dot rings. Skill tree wise for this, Spirit Swarm is one of the big workhorses here. The damage formula for Spirit Swarm is your status effect formula times your status effect formula. If that sounds crazy, it's because it is. It's that good. But other stuff we've taken here, status, chance, and duration, of course. We've taken Geist in the Shell. We're shooting to apply dots, so we may as well get the free damage from this, although it is not a focal point. We have 1 point Wraith Mail to make it down the tree and for a little bit of survivability, and to assist us keeping good percentage uptime on Flawless Edge, which is just damage for everything we do based on our ward capacity. We're definitely going to take that to move down the tree as well. Amped up is not only more movement speed, but it is also more uptime on Flawless Edge and more survivability. We're going to take 1 point Frostbite, simply because we're going to eventually apply Frost Dots, so we may as well benefit. Same with Burnt Offering. We're going to max Toxicity because cooldown is a little more valuable than the things provided by these three. And as is crit damage. And we're applying Poison the most consistently because of Geist in the Shell. Restore the Veil is there to assist our Flawless Edge uptime once again, and that gets us all the way to Spirit Swarm. Plague Storm is great because it'll take the damage you dealt over the last 5 seconds, as long as it's not ability damage, and then deal a quarter of that back as a bolt that then gets its own formula. And you can do fun loops like Spirit Swarm to beef up your Plague Storm, and then a Plague Storm bolt will hit and cause a dot that spawns an even stronger Spirit Swarm, and then you can use your Echo Hilt off of that to do even more damage. It's quite fun. Over in the Stabo tree, we've taken Potent Poisons, Exploit Their Weakness, and Contagion. Haste, Swift Death, and Nimble Fingers are just fillers. They're just to get us down to Contagion. Mess with the spell dot build and you reckon something? Yeah, there's a bunch of spells that have good dots. Wicked Gossip is what I'm using right now. You could use Saw Blades, Inflammation, Dazzler and Time Skip are good at applying dots as well. Purple Eruption spells are good at applying dots. You got a lot of options there. Laser Hand is a good one, if they survive the Laser Hand itself. Hero points wise, we're max wisdom because it's status damage. Then we have max constitution for a little bit of survivability. Remainder have gone into crit damage. The thing with dot builds is you don't need to prioritize your crit stuff as much because let's look at the crit breakdown over here. 8.2% chance for a dot tick to crit. That's not high. And dex won't boost that much. Crit chance boost in general won't boost that much because it's the base of 5%. The reason why your melee and your spell crit chances get so high in general is because they have a base value of something higher than 5%. They take that base of 5 that everything has and adds it to the value of whatever card you have. So if you look at my Wicked Gossip here, that is a base of 5, but that is added to the existing base of 5. So our base spell crit chance is 10. That is why our spell crit chance is 18.4 instead of also being 8.2. So for dots, if you're running from the shadows, crit chance doesn't do anything for you anyway, and if you're running Plague Storm, I find it better to get higher value things per point investment, even though dots critting is very nice. So we go crit damage here because that will benefit the infrequent dot crits we get, but also it'll benefit our guns when we actually aim for those crit spots. Cube's another good one. Yeah, Garlic Breath can work. Gear-wise, I'm running a Twin Soul with Amp and Echo. Amp is great for weapons like the Sword Explosion that have a very high dot per hit. The sticky formula also feeds into dots. So you can, for example, get your Amp hilt active and then shoot 3 shots of the Sword Explosion, reload, get the huge dot from that, and then Echo will allow you to deliver your recent dot damage as one lump hit 10% of that recent dot damage. But that's nice for things that you can't dot, such as quartz crystals. You can't status effect them, but you can status effect everything else in the room and then bonk the crystal, and 10% of that damage will be dealt. So Echo is really, really a must-have on dot builds for situations like that. Rings, I'm using Demon Blight. This is from DLC 4. This is the only ring in the game that gets status stuff specifically. It's important to note that gun damage, ability damage, spell damage do not boost your dot value. They don't. But dot rings do. So you also get chance and duration here, which are nice. These are pretty flexible. You don't really need to have a high chaos tier on these. Just having any Demon Blight is going to be better than having any other ring for a status build. Body Rune is nice. This bonus element will apply to all of our damage, including our Spirit Swarm. Doesn't apply to our dots. Spirit Swarm's different in that regard. But this basically lets us apply more dots and gives us a good source of healing. Vibing Enchant is good here. That's the while health is full, gain 25% gun and crit damage. This isn't gun or crit damage. It's 2 different sources of conditional damage. The gun part is largely irrelevant, but we get that 25% conditional damage on anything we crit with, and that's very good formula-wise. We have a Miasmic Mail. This is the armor that boosts dot damage. It's pretty self-explanatory. Stabo Blight is nice because the class skills we roll here are Contagion, Exploit their Weakness, and Virulence. There's no bad class skill roll for this armor combo. So if you get a Miasmic Mail with Stabo Blight, you're good. You don't need to worry too much about Chaos Tier. You don't need to worry too much about passives. Stabo Blight, Miasmic Mail, and you are good. This is one of the most forgiving armor things in a build that I've seen so far. I have a Theurge. This is to spam more Plague Storm. I can just cast a bunch of charges in my spell, which is a Wicked Gossip in this case, to get my Plague Storm back faster. There's other amulets you can run here, but I just like Plague Storm, so I'm doing that. Then Wicked Gossip, which is pretty nice for big damage, big dot. That's the build. Are we supposed to get Miasmic Mail without Imelda? You open it up on the wheel, and then you go farm souls from whichever DLC you want to do, and get it from the wheel. Or you could just do featured runs, which are guaranteed to never have DLC bosses, and then get it from the Armor Bunny. Your choice. Maybe a dumb degree of min-maxing, but ignoring how impractical it may be, more practical to apply amp towards last few shots from a sticky rather than the first few. It does not matter. It functionally makes absolutely no difference. It's like how 2 times 3 is the same as 3 times 2. There's no difference. It's that SMG bunny again. Just do a Melda 1 and deal with it if you're gonna have to do that. I don't know which difficulty Miasma comes from. I don't know if it's 1 or 2. But whichever one adds that into the pool. Do that and then go to the wheel. Or do featured runs and hit the armor bunny. Or do boss runs and just reset every time a Melda comes up. Any of those. Three for Miasmic? Alright, you'd have to go up to 3. It's 3. Thank you. Ooh, this is a higher damage volley, but how's the dot? 810. Show me the correct 716. Alright, this is an upgrade on the volley. I gotta make room. We'll have to roll that. Anything to myth rank? No. What's your class pair well with? If you're doing the dot stuff, it pairs really well with Stabomancer. If you're doing gun stuff, it pairs well with Spellshot or Berserker or Spore Warden. If you're doing ability stuff, it pairs well with Spore Warden. Those would be my recommended pairings. If you're doing melee stuff, it pairs well with Stabomancer once again. And cap your myth rank at 480, not spend any more points. Yes, you can thermal, but that doesn't answer the question for people who have already spent points, people who have been away and are wondering if they ever implemented an actual toggle or respec or anything. But yeah, you can choose not to spend points, as I have. I have 393 unspent. Hey, J-Bridge, thank you for the Prime for the 25 months. I appreciate it. Work sucks, quite good, you good. Hope work gets a little less, awful.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Goo, work sucks. Quag good.
Did text-to-speech just have a voice crack? Well, is that what happened? Just be a Quackshot and fight Imelda without skill points. I want to do that again at some point, because I don't know, I have no self-control. I want to see how we do just using the volley the whole run. Like, I'm not going to use my other guns, so we're just going to volley. Because this gun does not get enough credit. Rissy Don that weapon. So this value here, this is the dot damage, and then this value is the base dot chance. Keep in mind there's currently an annoying bug where sometimes this will not read properly, so if you were to, say, look at a different item, sometimes it'll just carry over. So, like, if you see something like this level of dot on something else, then, like, that's the bug. See if I can, like, make it happen. There's no guns, can't do it yet. Elemental status is a dot, right. Oh, hey, Melda. Did they buff the volley? They did. They did. Wizard's Pipe, shooting spell damage? No. Volley actually makes a Melda pretty trivial on this build, because it's homing, and it has a good element matchup.
Oh look, soon to be close. Something there. I bet they're dying to be
She had to decide to resist poison right now, but that's fine.
up next on the execution list. Visceral would look good on them, no? Me? One. Life.
Oh, you didn't face? Come on. Oh, now you resist fire? Alright. She knows what's coming. Hey, Bookworm. How you doing?
Now. That wants that. Patient is not a virtue. It's a stuff. Gotta keep living to keep going.
We'll lead everything too. Good, how about you? Doing well. We can just start using the volley. I think I have a decent one. Yeah. Evolving bosses, they learn your playstyle and screw you over last second. It definitely feels like that sometimes. But volley is good. Just consistently an underrated gun. Remember, with a dot build, you do need something sufficiently powerful to start a good chain. So, if volley was actually bad, it wouldn't be good at starting these dot chains. Class, you think Blight Collar is meant to represent D&D? Think a Druid, maybe Warlock? I think none of them, because Wonderlands isn't D&D. It's inspired by it. You know, Bunkers and Badasses is inspired by D&D, but there doesn't have to be a one-to-one parallel, and I think it's reductive to look at everything through that lens.
Happy days are the best days.
It's like how sometimes people try to compare every new item to something in a previous game. It's like, that often doesn't line up. It's kind of a pointless exercise. Gun damage Sharksbane with cooldown and pistol mag. If this was, like, Chaos tiered, I'd be excited. Honestly, it's still got that 30% gun damage. I should probably pick that up anyway. I should really pick that up. I'll wait for a better oil and spice. I'm pretty sure I do have a better one already somewhere. And B&B is its own standalone game IRL. It is. A lot of people reported crashing in character customization since the patch. I've not had it happen to me, but a lot of people on patch day did report that.
I'll make this going.
That was fun, but sure. What are you talking about? It's better, critical bonuses or base calculation bonuses? Depends. Largely, it depends on how easy it is to crit with that thing. Mathematically, they can often work out to have a similar impact. Like, if you are getting a 10% damage buff 100% of the time, it's the same as getting a 40% 25% of the time. You know, like, it depends largely on what the thing you're doing damage with is. For example, I've opted to not max my crit damage here with dots because I'm not critting that often. So I'm prioritizing wisdom, which is always going to boost. If you're using a gun that you can crit with extremely often, then, like, crit damage is worth more. If you're using a gun that entirely requires you to crit for it to be useful, such as, say, the Masterwork Handbow, then taking crit bonuses is going to work out well. Now, in terms of math-wise, again, it's going to depend on what you have. There's no clear answer to that. But generally speaking, for dots, I take just non-crit related damage boosts. For everything else, it depends on what exactly I'm doing. Trying to recreate Maya for someone on Wonderland server. I had 3 crashes trying to do that in quick change on max level character. Oof. This would be interesting on the fire phase. I should probably save Plague Storm for then, but I'm not gonna. This crashing thing recent? Like I said, patch. Those are the words that came out of my mouth. Yeah, volley's good.
One more for the soul fire.
You just do bad damage and wait like the rest of us. Assuming you've done a Red Hellion build, what's the best class pairing for that? Only try to with Stab Mantis for Warden. The thing with Red Hellion is you want to get that move speed first, so I'd lean towards classes that have movement speed. But honestly, there's no inherent class advantage for a Hellion. It's element flexible. It's not crit dependent or anything. I'd say there's no real class advantage for that. Just gonna be whatever you get the most damage on. And generally speaking, Spell Shot has the most raw stuff to put into damage, and then Blightcaller has Geist in the Shell for an interaction-based boost to guns. Lighting Hellion plus Amped Up is probably pretty cool. Probably, yeah. You could also get good fire rate with Hex Machina. Really, burr something down with that. Yeah. Hellion only is working out well. Last couple of builds have tried to focus on guns, they just feel slow and underwhelming. The fact of the matter is, in terms of efficiency, dots, spells, and melee all outpace guns. Unless you're using the absolute peak of the gun category. So, if we go average to average, guns are less effective than everything in this game except for ability damage. Just how it is. Average to average. Now, peak to peak, there's some stuff in the gun category, such as Sword Explosion, such as Ruby's Spite, that just goes and runs away. Pixies, you know, that stuff. Those just run away. Fragment Rain with Marshmallow. But average to average, guns are well behind spells, melee, and dots. And it's not close. So that makes sense, Jaybridge. Maybe a Shock Red Hellion with Light Caller for that movement speed, paired with Claw for maxing that skill out. Then wear Corrupted Plate Mail for that spell damage from Blight. Plate Mail just kind of serves as a damage down, and if you were wearing that for that spell damage, what would the spell damage do for you, Craft Knight? That's the thing. You're putting a bunch of stuff together that doesn't do anything for each other. Oath of Fire, that other skill for gun damage. Oath of Fire isn't gun damage. Oath of Fire is a bonus element on top of what you're doing. So you know how you make Oath of Fire do more damage? By having more gun damage. You know what Clawbringer has very little of in Tree? Gun damage. It's got 10%. You can get gun damage from gear. Yeah. Amnesia works well with Hellion. Yeah, that's a good shot, Struggleless. Selective Amnesia. Also works well with Amped Up. Miasmic Veil with 2 Wrath of Nature, 1 Geist in the Shell, 2 Affinity. Ability crit chance. Ability dot build with this, I think? The ward regen and the spell crit chance don't really do anything here. I want to like this, but I don't think I can find a use. Peg Leg 2, probably. You could do Peg Leg, you could do, Goblin Pickaxe. Be another one. I would say Greed Warden, but, it's hard to keep that at full bonus. ×2 Lightning Merlin's Razor is nice speed also. I got a ×4 this morning. I didn't know that was the thing. You can get Merlin's Razor in ×4. I have to build with that. I don't care if it's shit. I have to build with that. It's not chaos tiered or anything. Here, I'll show you real quick. It's on an unfinished save. But you can get a ×4 Merlin's Razor, and I have to build around it. Where is it? Where are you? There it is. It'd be like Gillette and just keep finding room for more razors. I wonder how high it goes. If we look at the part breakdown, you get a barrel accessory for ×2. Then you can get a bolt and a foregrip. And that gets it to ×4. On a mission now? It's so cool. Ah, it's so cool. It consumes a ton of ammo, but like... Look at it. Worth it, yeah. Didn't know that was a thing. Yeah, I thought it could only go up to ×3, and I still hadn't seen one myself, but this morning I was hitting the wheel, and I just got a ×4. So yeah, that's the next gun setup I'm probably gonna build into. How's the range? Not great. It's definitely a close range thing. Let's do a little bit of Ghostblade. So far, Berserker and Clawbringer with Stabmatic's been the most consistent Chaos 50 I've had yet. Interesting. What melee weapon are you running? Got some coming and going, which is nice. Yeah. I mean, stovepipes can do the same. I don't actually know how high stovepipes can get. I think I've only seen up to ×2 for stovepipes. Spellblade? Yeah, I figured. Awkward thing about Spellblade is that Berserker's best damage mult is completely eclipsed by the Spellblade. They're in the same damage category. And then Berserker does not have spell damage in its tree. So it's like, Goblin Sword for that 95%. I don't remember what category that goes in. But yeah, it's good for one hit. Keep in mind that bonus will probably only apply to one pellet, honestly. Icebreaker OP. Icebreaker is also good. Icebreaker being a fresh mult is very nice, and I like that it's an interactive boost. You need to do something to turn it on. You need to make some progress towards freezing. That tickles me. Interactivity and damage bonuses is something I'm a bit of a sucker for. Earth Paradigm, it's spell damage, spell rings with melee crit bonuses, kills drill like 10 seconds per phase. Yeah. Stab-O-Matic will do that with, you've got all the proper investment. It's just unfortunate about the, I wish that the melee-oriented classes were better at boosting Spellblade than the Stab-O-Matic than the spell-oriented classes, but just because of the mechanics of Spellblade, the fact that it's a 1-to-1 conversion, in the conditional category of all categories, it just, Spellshot Graveborn boosts Stab-O-Matic more than any other class could ever hope to, and that frustrates me. Because if Spellblade didn't do what it did, Stab-O-Matic wouldn't even be overpowered. It legitimately wouldn't be. It'd just be good. I had to bait Lance into the Ghostblade. Modern problems require modern solutions. You're using that? You don't need that with the Stab-O-Matic. That thing. Hashtag overkill. And that money pickup sound is very satisfying.
I need to use this again. Now.
Very nice. You're very nice. Fucking got him. I used the poison one. I don't see the mitigating circumstances with that.
That works on you.
Get back here. The shroom's running from me. No, get back here.
For the hub death. Let's do it again soon.
Full spell damage, spell shock, rebuild, laser hands, better use on spell kill, charge for +1 projectiles, or 30% gun damage on spellcast for double knot. I mean, it depends on how much you're shooting a gun. The enchant set I usually go with is spellcast damage dealt, spellcast elemental, spellcast of whatever element spell I'm casting, and then you got one kind of floater. Spellcast ability is nice to boost your blast gas. I really recommend that one. No melee freezing bonuses and no bonuses to poison skills. Well, Cryo Buffmeister would make the spell charge thing you're attempting to do not work because Cryo Buffmeister has a different damage source thing to it. But like, you're not gonna justify a Buffmeister by saying, oh, well, it's the wrong element. No, Buffmeister by itself is still more impactful than an entire skill tree. You could unspec your entire skill tree, turn on that Buffmeister, and not notice your damage difference. Just own it. Just own it. Certain elemental one's better. In the specific case of Cryo Buffmeister's bonus element is always a damage source spell. Meaning, it will steal kills. If you're trying to get a kill with melee specifically, like for that enchant that gives you a spell charge back, Cryo Buffmeister can steal that. Whereas any other element cannot. So technically speaking, when doing Stab-O-Matic, Cryo's the worst one. Technically, but like they're all Buffmeisters. So like...
What have you done?
Why that was happening? Yeah. I like Ghostblade. We went through a good spread of builds today. Restored some of the chunks of my soul that Imelda annihilated. Newt sack. I'm mature. On spellcast all damage, element fire ability, gun damage only for double knot. Should I drop gun damage for extra spell projectile? The spell projectile one is action skill start, and that's only on gun. The projectile enchant that's on spell is for gun projectiles after getting a kill with a spell. It's not spell projectiles, it's gun projectiles. So it's got no real value in a caster build, honestly. Because you're just going to want to cast again instead of shooting your gun. And it's also mostly useless during bossing. Want to see Berserker's Leap ability get a good buff? Yeah, I'd like some love for Feral Surge. Heard Imelda, we doing Imelda runs. Loading Screen and Roddy are the same person. They'll buff it soon since they added that cooldown enchant. That's a good point. They added that enchant, so like they at least remember its existence. And they did imply a few notes ago that major class balancing was waiting until Blightcaller. Blightcaller is now out, so fingers crossed. That's a good thing to bring up, Craft Knight. That actually made me feel a little bit better. No, that's an Amnesia with amped up. That's like good. But no chaos tier. Heading out to get a few things for Gamescom. Take care. Yeah, I'm actually gonna end now because I'm gonna wanna watch Gamescom as well. We know Gearbox is gonna be at Gamescom, so maybe they'll have something cool to announce. They teased something on their Borderlands Twitter account yesterday. So let's see what happens there. I'm gonna call it. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. Let's find somewhere for us to go. Who's doing the thing? Homestuff. K6 is on BL3. It looks like D2H is gonna watch Gamescom. He's gonna watch Gamescom and then play the new Saints Row game. You guys want to go watch Gamescom with D2H? Melda no skill points equals death. Kevin. J-Bridge says bye. He woke up. Extreme been busy most of the day. I've been lurking and it's nice chilling with the homies. As always, Tex. Nice having you. Sounds good. Also watched some of the gameplay yesterday. Game looks like silly fun. Yeah, I might pick it up. So I have to run to the bathroom. Suddenly, urgently. So I'm gonna raid and run, but tell D2H I said hi. I'll probably be lurking. I lurk in there sometimes. But if you don't know him already, you're gonna love him. Just good guy, good vibes, variety streamer. Just one of my favorite lurk spots. Raid message. Go ahead and put Quag Chads if you like. But do the thing. I'll see you guys next time. Tomorrow is... What day of the week is tomorrow? Tomorrow's Wednesday. Either Wonderlands or Borderlands 3 tomorrow. I haven't decided. One of the two. But have a wonderful rest of your day. Go forth. Positivity, peace, love, all that shit. Drink some water. Pet your pet. And pay someone a compliment. And that's your homework for today. See you guys next time. Bye-bye.